Students, kindly leave first because the panelists are still going to have their session. Students, can you please leave first? Miss Roscoe and the rest. Thank you.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Today is Saturday, December 10, 2022, and it is with great pleasure to welcome all of you to the 5th Mindanao International Nursing Conference.
To start with, let us give grace to our Lord Almighty through our opening prayer, and this will be followed by the singing of the national anthem.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فقال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم آمين يا رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين وتقدم في بلدنا هذا آمين يا رب العالمين ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على خير خلقه سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين يا رب العالمين.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today to praise and worship you and give you thanks for all the things you continue to provide for ourselves and our families. Father, we humbly ask for forgiveness for all the times we have offended you, when we forget to acknowledge your presence in the image of our brothers and sisters, and for moments we fail to be good stewards of the blessings you have given us. Continue to guide and protect each one of us, Lord, that we may always walk in the lights of your everlasting love and mercy. Grant us, Father, with your comfort in times of distress and with your strength in times of weakness. Bestow upon us your unending grace and healing, that we may in turn become instruments of gentleness and compassion to others. We ask all this in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, with the prayer and the intercession of our Blessed Mother. Amen.
mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Good morning and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us in today's webinar. My name is Maria Irene A. Dion with my co-MC, Ms. Andrea Celestine C. Reyes, and we are your host for today's 5th Mindanao International Nursing Seminar with the theme, Thriving in Times of Change. This morning's webinar will be full of interesting topics and research studies, which will be presented by speakers who are experts and pundits in the field of nursing practice, both locally and internationally, which will be followed by research presentations of registered nurses and students.
Just a little housekeeping before we get started. If you have any questions during the presentation, please type them into the question box in your control panel. To accommodate your questions properly and to conserve time, please comment the word Plenary Speaker 1, 2, 3, or 4, depending on what topic your question is all about. We will have time to answer your questions at the end or during the forum. For your reactions during the presentation, you may click on the reaction button and choose your reaction regarding the topic being presented. Without further ado, let us hear a welcome message to be given to us by the convener of this webinar, no other than the Dean of NDTC College of Nursing, the Region 12 Philippine Nursing Governor, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Elmer G. Organia, RN.
To our participants, invited guests, keynote, and plenary speakers, the conveners of this activity, our project manager, Dr. Rick Ann A. Gadin, to the Ateneo Delta Nursing Society, Sir Jerome Babate, our event partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am honored to welcome all of you to this 5th Mindanao International Nursing Seminar with the theme, Thriving in Times of Change. The older generation contributed the sacrifice, tenacity, and spirit that made this nation great. They were courageous individuals who took chances that brought about wealth and employment opportunities, spoke up for the rights of others and minorities, and sacrificed for their offspring's betterment. They deserve to be treated with decency and with respect. Nowadays, attitudes toward older adults are more positive, informed, and caring than they were in the past. However, this optimistic viewpoint wasn't always prevalent. The pandemic has sparked unparalleled anxiety and uncertainty. Older adults, more than anybody else, need social interaction, and they require it today more than ever. They require assistance from time to time, as well as the presence of others. COVID-19's restrictions and threats may make them vulnerable and feel isolated than usual. They are susceptible because they have chronic illnesses and their aging immune systems make it more difficult to combat diseases, infections, and viruses. Recovery is typically slower and difficult. Older adults are thriving in these times of change. They need our assistance, love, and understanding. Furthermore, advancements in disease control and health technology, lower infant and child mortality rates, improved sanitation, and better living conditions have increased life expectancy. More people are surviving their senior years than ever before. Today, we are honored to have our speakers share with us their expertise in caring for older adults. The advances and innovations that they will be sharing will surely inspire us and benefit our clients, nurses, student nurses, friends, and loved ones. Once again, welcome and have a wonderful learning experience with our speakers.
Thank you very much, Dean Elmer, for that very warm welcome message.
At this moment, we will receive a message from the Board of Directors of the Association of Deans of Philippine Colleges of Nursing, GSD-MSFI's brilliant and dynamic Assistant Vice President for Academics and College Dean. I am referring to none other than Dr. Grace Joy Herada Nietas, RN.
To the Convenors, Dr. Elmer Organia, RN, and Dennis Amando, RN, MAN, EPH, to the Deans of various nursing schools, teachers, nursing leaders, and students, a pleasant day, everyone. In behalf of the ADPCN, I would like to congratulate all the organizers of the 5th Mindanao International Nursing Seminar with the theme, Thriving in Times of Change. Our theme hopes to give us a general picture of how indeed we have thrived and reached this point, alive despite having faced several challenges that can be considered as devastating and catastrophic. Research plays a significant role to explore this experience and measure the impact on people in all walks of life. Today, this seminar aimed to provide us an opportunity to learn from experts and pundits in research, and it also provides an avenue for the presentation of your valued and significant studies, bringing together professional nurses and nursing students as well. The 3-minute pitch is an opportunity for nursing students to showcase the innovation and impact of our research to the community of nurses in this session. With the able leadership of the conveners of this seminar, Dr. Elmer Organia, RN, and Dennis Amando, RN, MAN, MPH, I sincerely hope that you will find this event stimulating, rewarding, and meaningful.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nietas, for a very informative and truly inspiring message for all of us. Up next, we will hear a message from the President of the Philippine Nurses Association. Please help me welcome Mr. Melvin D. Miranda, RN, MAN.
Okay, so up next, we will be hearing a message instead from our Senator Juan Miguel Subiri. Let us watch his video.
Greetings to the Beta Nu Delta Nursing Society, Notre of Tacurong College, the Journal of Caring and Health Sciences, and all our participating groups and individuals. And congratulations on the 5th Mindanao International Nursing Seminar. Our nurses are the backbone of our healthcare institutions. Without you, the whole system falls apart. Indeed, the pandemic has shown us how vital our nurses are in our healthcare system. This is why I'm glad that we have avenues like MINS, where professionals and students alike can come together and learn from one another. As students learn from the hard-won knowledge and experience of our professionals, so do professionals learn from the optimism and innovation of our students. In this way, the profession remains alive and relevant to the times, as aptly reflected in this year's theme, Thriving in Times of Change. But of course, you're not alone in this endeavor to find and strengthen your role in the changing medical landscape. Bilang trabador nyo sa Senado, you can trust that I remain your steadfast ally in working towards a stronger healthcare sector and a better working environment for our nursing students and professionals. This way, we can engage you all to stay and serve in the country rather than finding opportunities elsewhere. Asahan niyo po yan. Again, congratulations at mabuhay kayong lahat. Thank you very much and God bless.
Thank you very much, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, for that warm and inspiring message. Before we begin, allow us to give recognition to our main participants coming from our partner institutions, starting with Beta Nu Delta Nursing Society, Ateneo de Davao University, University of Southern Mindanao, Central Mindanao University, Sulu State College, Mindanao State University, Marawi, Notre Dame Tacurong College, Philippine Nurses Association, Region 12, Philippine Nurses Association, Caraga, St. Alexius College, Journal of Health and Caring Sciences, and General Santos Doctors Medical School Foundation, Incorporated. We will now move on to the introduction of our first keynote speaker. May we now call on Ms. Melba Irene Gabuya, RN-MN, a Faculty of College of Nursing, Ateneo de Davao University, to give us a short background about our keynote speaker. A virtual round of applause, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I'm truly honored to introduce our keynote speaker, who holds a stellar career in nursing education and in nursing research, a true beacon of inspiration for all in the nursing profession. She is an assistant professor at Kennesaw State University Wellstar School of Nursing. She's also a funded research scientist by Asian Resource Centers for Minority Aging Research and Alzheimer's Association, an academic research collaborator of Georgia Nayon of the Filipino-American Patient-Centered Outcomes Research Network, and an education chair of the Philippine Nurses Association of America. She received her Doctor of Philosophy in Nursing from Georgia State University and her Bachelor of Science in Nursing and Master of Arts in Nursing degrees from the University of Santo Tomas. Her primary research interests are health disparities in aging research, family caregiving, and dementia. Her work aims at developing culturally tailored interventions for underrepresented aging populations, involving their families and social support to improve their quality of life. She also has special interest in advanced analytic techniques to model data in large-scale longitudinal and dyadic studies using big data. Dr. Ramos.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to make sure if you can hear me.
Yes po, loud and clear.
Oh, great. I think I was not able to hear the last 2 minutes of the introduction, but thank you for the kind words. So, I mean, I heard some of it. So I appreciated the invitation and for the opportunity to talk to all of you today with regards to my research interest and how what I'm doing right now with my research. So from the theme, Thriving in Times of Change, my title is Nurses Advocacy in Promoting Research to Achieve Health Equity. So good morning to everyone in there. It's actually night in here, so I'm not sure on if we have listeners located somewhere else. So if it's afternoon there, good afternoon, good evening for those people who's like at nighttime or Eastern time like me. I just would like to give you my disclosure. I am currently receiving a support from Rutgers University Asian Research Centers for Minority Aging Research under the National Institute of Health and National Institute of Aging Grant P30 AG 00593004. The content of my presentation is my responsibility and does not necessarily represent the official views of the National Institute of Health. Some of this work is also supported by an Alzheimer's Association grant, ERGD NTF 229737771. And that grant will last until 2025. So just to give you an overview of the topics that I will cover today. So change and thriving from the theme, older adult and technology, role of nurses in advancing health equity, and why is it important for us to have those rules? Social determinants of health, just a recap and review of that. And the National Institute of Nursing Research 2022-2026 Strategic Plan, which was just published this year. And my personal advocacy and research scholarship for older adults, dementia, and family caregiving. And I'll probably give you a snippet of what's going on with my funded grants from Asian RICMAR and Alzheimer's Association. And the future of nursing recommendations for 2020-2030. So as you can see in here, let's just explore some thoughts about change. So sometimes we say, time for a change of scenery, or I have changed my mind, or I have changed my heart, you have changed, we have a change of address, or sometimes professionally, this job has become boring, so I need a change and challenge. So most of us have said that, and these familiar lines sound like a rousing support for change, and it's good for us. The inventor and scientist, Benjamin Franklin said, when you're finished changing, you're finished. So what's with all the talk about resistance to change? Why aren't we more resilient to change? Since we're talking about change, one of the popular theories, the change theory of nursing, developed by Kurt Lewin, which is the dynamic balance of forces working in opposing direction. He's actually a father of social psychology, and the theory is his most influential one out there. He mentioned or theorized a three-stage model of change known as unfreezing, change, refreeze model that requires prior learning to be rejected and replaced. So Lewin's definition of behavior in this model is that one, the dynamic balance. So let's navigate on thriving. So this book, Coping and Thriving in Nursing by Peter Martin, is a unique guide to coping and thriving in UK, which is the National Health NHS today. And the book is wholly practice focused, speaking to current standards of care for patients and current working conditions for staff in the NHS. So written by academics specializing in mental health, nursing, and well-being. And actually, some of the chapters provides guidance and support to pre- and post-registration nurses to manage and persevere as a nurse today. Most of the readers are newbies or like the novice nurses, but it also helps out for those nurses who's in the profession for a while. This article, it was just published by the International Emergency Nursing in during the Nurses Week. The title is "I Love the Job, Thriving in Nursing, a Qualitative Interview Study with Framework Analyses." So this article actually explores nurses' experiences of thriving and assesses the fit of Spreitzer model of thriving at work with nurses' experiences. So participants reported experiences that fit with the model of thriving at work, consisting of vitality, ongoing learning, and external and internal factors. So nurses hesitated to describe themselves in positive ways, referring instead to being not burnout. And participants highlighted their emotional burden, workload, and ethical issues as important contributors to thriving. One of the current study, I like this one because they title it Thrive. So, but as you can see in the full study title in there, understanding the distinct challenges for nurses in care homes. And she just underlined some of the words to come up with Thrive. The purpose of this study is actually extend awareness and understanding of the distinct experiences of registered nurses working in care homes during COVID-19 and its impact on nurses' resilience, mental health, and well-being. And they believe that by taking care of home nurses, they will learn more about experiences and sources of support. So let's transition to older adult and technology. Currently right now, as reported by Parks Associates, adoption of connected health and wellness devices, as you can see in the graph on the table over here, that 12% of seniors own a wearable, and especially for those under 65. And some of them have high appeal, high rating for telehealth services, because during the pandemic, telehealth really serves its purpose for those people who don't want to be exposed. And it's built on seniors' trust of local providers. So 1/3 of seniors find telehealth services appealing when those services are associated with local providers and facilities. They're more familiar with the physicians or the healthcare providers that they're seeing, and not just someone that they just met on the other side of the screen. Must-have features of independent living system. As you can see in here, most older adults, seniors, and caregivers, because I normally work with DIAD, they prefer the ability to detect fire, water, or gas leaks. That's the highest one, so that safety, security, and peace of mind are critical components of seniors' overall sense of well-being. Another one is PERS over here, or PERS stands for Personal Emergency Response System, and sometimes a panic button for older adults in case that happens. And some other things in here, as you can see, medication reminders, it's over here, and also some professional monitoring service, alerts if stove left on, or interact with the system using voice. So older adults are really using this technology, and it's important to focus our research with regards to the impact of those technology for their well-being and safety. And this one is the emerging health, the smart home use cases. And as you can see, connected health devices detect fall or emergency and contact help. So connected health devices working together with security systems or smart speakers to prompt emergency assistance is highly appealing to almost 1/3 of the seniors. Having that moment of safety, and then at the same time having that peace of mind. Okay, so for our next topic, what are the role of nurses in advancing health equity? Because we're talking about technology, but at the same time, what are the factors affecting it, right? So not everybody it can be a privilege for some people, especially with the cost of those technology. This one is the future of nursing 2020-2030, charting a path to achieve health equity. The committee developed a framework to guide the examination of how nursing can address medical and social determinants of health, to improve the health of individuals and populations, and increase equity in health and healthcare. So this one is a framework for understanding the nurse's role in addressing the equity of health and healthcare. So the nation will never fully thrive until everyone can live the healthiest possible life. Promoting health and well-being has always been nurses' business. So thus, it is essential to harness the vast expertise and untapped potential of nurses at every level and in every setting to build healthy communities for all. Nurses are bridge builders and collaborators who engage and connect with people. That's our role. Communities and organizations to promote health and well-being, but they need ongoing support from the systems that educate, train, employ, and enable them to advance health equity. I saw that we have a lot of nursing students as our audience, and it's really important that we're taking care of them, especially the first few years that they're starting their nursing career. Nurses will face a host of challenges, from addressing the lasting effects of COVID-19 on themselves and their communities, to dismantle the racist systems that create and perpetuate inequities. No one is immune from hate and bigotry, but everyone has the capacity for empathy, understanding, and solidarity in a shared hope for a more just and equitable world. So I've been talking about social determinants of health and health equity. So as you can see in this model, which is commissioned in the social determinants of health from Solar and Irwin in 2010, social, economic, and political mechanisms contribute to socioeconomic possession. They are characterized by income, education, occupation, gender, race, and ethnicity, and other factors that reflect social hierarchy and status. Social standing is related to an individual's exposures and vulnerability to health conditions. All of the factors impact health, and health can also create a feedback loop back to the structural determinants. For example, poor health or lack of education can impact an individual's employment opportunities, which in turn constrains income. There's another model, the social determinants and social needs, by Castrucci and Urbach in 2019, describe the upstream, midstream, and downstream strategies used by nurses to improve individual and population health. So upstream factors represent social determinants of health and affect communities in a broad and inequitable way, like low educational status and opportunity, income disparity, discrimination, social marginalization are upstream factors that prevent good health outcomes. Midstream factors represent social needs or the individual factors that might affect a person's health. So these are specific non-medical acute resource needs that lie on the causal path between social determinants of health and inequities. Midstream factors that might prevent a person from achieving optimal health include homelessness, food insecurity, poor access to education, and trauma. Activities addressing downstream factors include disease treatment and chronic disease management, in which nurses typically engage in settings where healthcare is delivered, from homes to urgent care clinics to hospitals. So nursing research typically focuses on downstream and midstream factors over here. Majority of nurses work in hospitals and clinics, therefore most work midstream and downstream, providing individual level interventions to patients. Nonetheless, an understanding of the interrelationships among upstream, midstream, and downstream and interventions is necessary to fully comprehend and influence the health of individuals and communities. Moreover, all nurses have the opportunity to work upstream through advocacy for policy changes that promote population health and to engage robustly at all three levels. However, nurses need, again, education, training, and support. So this is the NINR 2022-2026 strategic plan. And as you can see, the research lenses focus on 5 areas: health equity, social determinants of health, population and community health, prevention and health promotion, and systems and models of care. The mission of the National Institute of Nursing Research is to lead nursing research to solve pressing health challenges and inform practice and policy, optimizing health and advancing health equity into the future. So whenever you're designing something for your research, always have the end in mind that your focus should be advancing health equity and optimizing the health, especially for older adults, just like our team today. These are some guiding principles for research. So whenever you would like to apply for a grant or funding, they would like you to tackle today's pressing health challenges. So make sure you check the statistics, what's going on, and discover solutions across clinical, community, and policy settings to optimize health for individuals, families, communities, and populations. Of course, advancing equity by removing those structural barriers from research, cultivating diversity in perspectives and ideas, and fostering inclusion and accessibility in designing, conducting, and participating in research. And last but not the least, it should be innovative, something new, something that you will develop and apply, the rigorous methods, having that credibility, reliability, and validity of that study for having the greatest impact on health. NINR developed a research framework to achieve its mission. And as you can see in here, these are like the research lens, the health equity, social determinants of health, prevention and health promotion, systems and models of care, population and community health. What's nice is they included the settings where nurses work. So there's justice settings, schools, homes. They try to be inclusive and more diverse. Workplaces, long-term care facilities, clinics, hospitals. It's nice that everything is included from acute care to primary care and to long-term care settings. So now I'll probably start, discussing more about my own advocacy through my research scholarship, focusing on older adults. So one of the studies that I published just 2 years ago, I think, with JANPAR, the Journal of Nursing Practice Applications and Reviews of Research, manned by the PNAAs, the facilitators are barriers influencing healthcare healthcare seeking behavior among elderly Filipino women in the United States. After that, so because it's a qualitative study, I would like to have more bearing on, how are you going to compare it with other Americans living in the United States? So I collected data using the senior from the county where I live in for senior centers. And in this article, attitudes, perceived competence, and social limitation among older adults with hearing problems, I focus on simple problems as hearing. Is it affecting their social engagement when they go for senior centers, their attitudes and competence on how they do certain healthcare behaviors or how it's affecting it? And then after that, since I have the local data, I have Filipino perspective, then I use the National Health and Aging Trends study, so this data is actually from Medicare, the CMS data, and I did a secondary data analysis in which we found that outlook in life of older adults really affect their health and community condition. If they perceive that they are healthy, so the more that they're actually enjoying their lives. And during the COVID time in 2020, when it hit, we were like really curious on what's going on. right? So in long-term care facilities, what will be next? How are they addressing the safety of the older adults, the workforce issues, all of those things? And then this one is published this year, the role of social engagement in older adults' health. I use again the data from the National Health and Aging Trend Study. They do it every year. So you can check on the data almost every year. You can also do a longitudinal study when it started. So, you know, the data from 8 years ago, you can compare it and check on the trends until what's happening right now and during the time that, you know, pandemic hits, especially related to loneliness or isolation. So this one focused on social engagement. And in that, we found that cognitive and communication barriers and chronic conditions contribute to long-term health status, and they are significant with determining their social engagement or activities. This one is the Journal of Clinical Nursing. We did an integrative review, and it's a risk for post-op delirium related to comorbidities in older adult cardiac patients. So we concluded that there was a strong indication of the development of post-operative delirium among older adult cardiac surgical patients with comorbidities. Now, so I'm excited to present to you about the state of caregiving, and I'll talk more about my personal research funded by Rick Marr from the National Institute of Aging and also from Alzheimer's Association. So what's the current state of caregiving? This is, they normally do this data collection every 5 years. So caregiving in the US 2020. So as you can see, the number of Americans providing unpaid care has increased over the last 5 years. And I'm pretty sure if this is happening in the US, this trend is also might be applicable in the Philippines. And the caregivers from 43.5 million increased to 53 million, which is less than 10 million, 9.5 million in the last 5 years. And nearly 1 in 5 are providing unpaid care to an adult with health or functional needs. And this one, as you can see, the average age of family caregiver, mostly female Asians are a lot older than any other race. So there's a disparity in there because sometimes it's like you're already aging, you have your own comorbidities, and then you have to take care of your aging parents. So that will be a difficult situation wherein that caregiver might experience burnout, stress, and other psychological condition. To add with that, Filipino Americans remain one of the most underrepresented groups in research. It's really challenging to identify the healthcare needs related to palliative or end-of-life care, especially among care partners or family caregivers. In general, palliative care is not yet well known, including among Filipino immigrants, unless they're more acculturated in the healthcare industry and are more familiar with it. And most people seem to adjust to the care partner role and the loss of a close person and recover from trauma or emotional strain. However, some experience a really long-lasting decline in their mental and physical health. So this study funded by Rick Marr is building resilience using photo voice among Filipino American care partners. And the purpose of this study is to fill the gap of our understanding of the experiences of bereaved Filipino American care partners who have provided palliative and end-of-life care to their loved ones. So my aim was to identify opportunities and challenges among these caregivers or care partners, and to assess their quality of life and to describe their lived experiences. Second is to examine the impact of photo voice among Filipino American care partners who provided palliative and end-of-life care. I would also like to explore their experiences while utilizing photo voice and to assess health, social support, and resilience through survey before and after photo voice. and also explore the relationships among health, social support, and resilience. So whenever you're, in case you're designing your research, when you're preparing for it, this is something that you always have to keep in mind when you're focusing on health disparities or health equity research, that this framework will be helpful when you're designing it. The environmental factors, social, cultural, behavioral, and biological. So normally I get most of this capturing their biological or their health status, their behavioral. I focus on social support and their resilience. Sometimes health behaviors are included, and their coping factors. And then for social cultural, especially being Filipino, social factors, family stress, financial stress, those things I normally cover. Oops, sorry. And then the values, the norms, the tradition. And of course, the socioeconomic factors, the education, income, occupation, and language, whether they have limited English capability. So for the methods, I'm using a mixed methods approach, and I'm doing a focus group interview, and then at the same time, do a pre and post-test intervention. This one is from the National Institute of Health. They have like a model that you use to determine that you are really doing a resilience study. And they have like set of questions in here. So it's like, are one or more key research terms identified in the title, abstract, or specific aims? And then does the study target health maintenance, ability to thrive, and then things like that. So if you answer all yes in these questions, then it's classified as a resilience study. And this is my flyer for the study for building resilience using photo voice. And then these are the checklists I'm using, the social demographic questionnaire that will address their the framework that I just mentioned to you earlier with regards to the environment, the PROMIS scale, which is the health status, the interpersonal support evaluation scale, more of behavioral, and then the resilience scale. This is my photo voice implementation. So where I recruit Filipino-American care partners and then obtain their informed consent. And then the photo voice, orientation, and initial survey collection. I give them time for taking photographs and discussion of photographs and post-survey collection, and do the analyses and statistical analyses, both qualitative and quantitative. And this is my conclusion, like, if by drawing bereaved Filipino-American care partners through the ability to focus on creativity and reflection, photo voice may theoretically be more enticing and less stigmatized than traditional group therapy. And it may also lead to a sense of empowerment and group support due to shared nature of discussing experiences related to palliative and end-of-life care. So these are some of my publications related to dementia and family caregiving. So recognizing healthcare needs among older adults with dementia and with migrant background. Also the end-of-life care decisions for patients with dementia, that it's always the family caregivers or family members having experienced that burnout and stress, having the ability to decide for their aging parents. Also, the aging immigrant family caregivers, health, social engagement, and health literacy. Actually, this study was funded by the Philippine Nurses Association of America, and there was an association between health and social engagement among Filipino-American caregivers. And this one, this is something new that I did, utilization of social media peer support groups among family caregivers of patients with dementia. So what we did, we tried to assess the use of social media peer support groups during that pandemic time on how involved they are in using social media, blogs, or other websites and other social media out there for family caregivers. And there was an increased use to share their personal experience, express their mood and feelings, offer prayers and positive quotes, keep up with the current events, and gather information and share feedback about dementia care services. These other project, this is funded by the Alzheimer's Association, and I got 3 aims for this one. Identify the opportunities and challenges regarding managing health and healthcare and key elements influencing participation and engagement based on interviews with stakeholders. Second aim is to assess the quality of life of both persons with Alzheimer's disease and related dementias and their care partners, emergency department visits, and hospital admissions. And aim 3 is to test the feasibility and preliminary effects of innovative health engagement and literacy program on Filipinos and Filipino-American care partners living with ADRD. So some of future of nursing 2020-2030 recommendations, creating a shared agenda, especially with your nursing organizations. It's important for you to be active with those nursing organizations and with the support of government, payers, health and healthcare organizations. Implementation of this agenda should include timelines and metrics for measuring impact. Second one is supporting nurses to advance health equity. We need to be aware of that, being educated, enable the nursing workforce to address social determinants of health and health equity more comprehensively, regardless of whatever setting you are working in. And promoting nurses' health and well-being. This is really important. Nursing education programs, employers, nursing leaders, licensing boards, nursing organization. All of us should initiate the implementation of structures, systems, and evidence-based intervention to promote the nurses' health and well-being, especially as they take on new roles to advance health equity. Capitalizing on nurses' potential. So enable nurses to practice the full extent of the education and training by removing barriers. So here in the United States, our advanced practice registered nurses, there are some states that they don't have full authority, so they still need doctors, while other states have the full authority to practice, wherein they can see the patient and give them and provide treatment for them. Paying for nursing care. So federal, tribal, state, local, private payers, public health agencies should establish sustainable and flexible payment mechanism to support the nurses. And number 6, using technology. This is recommendation 6, using technology to integrate data and social determinants of health into nursing practice. And I provided you some data about the technology, and it's really important to have that diverse digital platforms. Artificial intelligence is always a new thing, and other innovative technologies. Number 7 is strengthening nursing education. So nursing education programs, including continuing education, accreditors, and the National Council of State Boards of Nursing should ensure that nurses are prepared to address social determinants of health and achieve health equity. 8, this is really applicable, especially in the Philippines, preparing nurses to respond to disasters and public health emergencies. This is to enable nurses to address inequities within communities, federal agencies, and other key stakeholders within and outside the nursing profession, especially when COVID-19 hits. Well, still there's COVID-19. It's never gone. And then last, building the evidence base, the NIH, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, the CDC, the HRSA, Administration for Children and Families, the Administration of Community Living and private associations. We should all develop and support a research agenda and evidence base describing the impact of nursing interventions, including multi-sector collaboration on social determinants of health, environmental health, health equity, and nurses' health and well-being. And that will be, so where are you going forward? Create your questions, do your research, come up with a solution, and check the problem again. Just like your nursing process of assessment, you diagnose, you plan, you intervene, and evaluate. Again, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mary Joyce Ramos, for that very informative presentation on change and how nurses thrive through these changes, along with your so many research studies. We are truly honored to have you as a speaker. Once again, let us give Dr. Ramos a virtual applause. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions for our keynote speaker, please feel free to type them in the question box, and our technical team will be taking down notes, and we will have time to answer those questions later. At this moment, as a token of our gratitude, we will be awarding our keynote speaker, Dr. Mary Joyce Ramos, a certificate of recognition. The certificate reads, Certificate of Recognition is presented to Mary Joyce Ramos, PhD RN, for sharing her invaluable expertise as a keynote speaker in the 5th Mindanao International Nursing Seminar, Thriving in Times of Change, given this 10th day of December 2022. Signed, Elmer G. Organia, PhD, MAN, RN, Convenor, and Dennis Amando, MPH, MA, RN, Convenor.
Moving on, let us proceed to the first plenary message. And to introduce our plenary speaker, may I call in Lalin N. Cabautan, RN, MAN, Faculty, University of Southern Mindanao. Ma'am Cabautan.
Let us wait a few seconds for the technical team to play the video. Thank you. Okay, let me just read in behalf of Ms. Lalin the introduction for Dr. Martinez. Rudolf Seymour Kirby P. Martinez, PhD, MA, RN, is a nursologist and a caring scholar from the Philippines. He is a full professor at San Beda University College of Nursing and also teaches part-time at the graduate school program of Arellano University, Florentino Caico Memorial School Graduate School of Nursing, and Holy Angels University School of Nursing and Allied Medical Science. He considered himself a scholar of Rogerian science of unitary human being and grounds his practice in the theory of nursing as caring. His current advocacy includes the decolonization of nursing education through the integration of caring science and indigenous culture and folkloring practices into the nursing curricula. His research interests includes nursing theories also. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Rudolf Seymour Kirby P. Martinez, PhD, MA, RN.
Thank you and good morning for that warm introduction. Let me just share my screen for a while. Okay. Is my screen sharing now clear? Are you seeing a single slide screen?
Yes po.
Okay. So again, good morning. For this session, I will be talking about I will be trying to answer the central question of what does it mean to be caring, especially for older adults? This presentation comes from my reflection as a nursologist. And currently, I am connected with San Beda Holy Angels University and Arellano University and is a consultant nursologist of various institutions and a board of director of the International Association of Human Caring. So I do not have any conflict of interest to declare at the moment. The perspective of this presentation will be that of nursology or the discipline of nursing. And this presentation is grounded on Rogerian science of unitary human being and nursing as caring theory. To start off with the discussion and the presentation, let us have a real-life scenario to try to understand what it meant to be caring as a nurse and what is meant to be caring as a human person. The question being asked here is that which of the three is expressing caring? Number one, is it a physician who is giving medication to their sick mother? Is it the nurse donating their blood for her older client or patient? Or is it the nurse doing gardening as a form of self-care? Specifically, we will try to answer the sub-question of which among these three is expressing caring as a good human being, and which among these three is expressing caring because they are a professional nurse. With that, we will cover three distinctive topics. First is the nature of nursing. Second is caring and nursing, and some implications and insight as regard to the discussion of the previous two topics. For the first topic that we need to cover, we need to understand that when we talk about nursing, we need to the nature of nursing is that it is both a discipline and a profession. Nursing is a discipline because we have a unique set of knowledge that is only accessible to those formally educated in nursing. We are a profession because we use this knowledge of nursing and knowledge from the other discipline in the practice of our profession for the betterment of the human life. Thus, when we talk about nursing as a discipline, central to this concept is the idea that we have access to a set of knowledge that is our own as nurses. Although we share some knowledge that is ancillary to our discipline, it is this unique set of knowledge known as nursing knowledge that set us as a discipline per se. In terms of nursing being a practice, nursing is unique because we have at least 3 levels of practice in nursing. And that level includes the clinical practice, which we are very much familiar of. Next, we have professional practice, sometimes expressed through research in the clinical area and teaching of professional nurses. And we have disciplinary practice expressed through nursing research, mostly in the academe, and nursing education to develop future professionals. Because of this unique set of knowledge that we have in nursing, specifically the unique disciplinary knowledge and ancillary knowledge, these 3 distinctive practice expression of nursing will have different goals in its own. The goal of clinical practice is to empower the other person that is with you in the nursing situation. The goal of professional practice is the betterment of human life through direct interaction with the other person as members of the society, through developing the profession by research and teaching the professionals. And disciplinary practice goal is the advancement and progress of society by utilizing nursing knowledge, by creating nursing knowledge, and by educating future professionals. Because all of them have different goals, so to speak, these 3 practice expression of nurses will be found in at least 2 different setting. One of the setting is the university setting, and another setting is the service sector. What we know as the face of the discipline, as the face of the profession rather, are those nurses working in the service sector. But nurses working in the university, developing future professionals, are also practicing nursing, specifically the disciplinary practice of nursing. Why am I trying to emphasize these things? It is because we need to be clarified that the central focus of nursing really is caring in the human health experience. The major role of those nurses working in the university is to study caring in the human health experience, to develop it as a concept, and to teach it as part of nursing knowledge. The main function of those working in the service sector is to express caring in their clinical practice. Although the caring is our central essence as a nurse, it is not exclusively ours. When we talk about caring, there are other disciplines in which caring is also their central essence. Therefore, caring is unique in nursing, but it is not unique to nurses alone. Other disciplines such as healing profession and helping profession, such as social worker and educators, they also have caring as their central essence. Therefore, when we talk of caring in nursing, we need to be clarified that in nursing, there is at least 5 general perspective of caring. And out of these 5 general perspective of caring, we can summarize it into 2. One of the aspect of caring in nursing is that caring is an expression of our humanness. Because we are human persons, we are caring. The other paradigm of caring in nursing is that caring is the unique expression of nursing knowledge. So when we talk about caring in nursing, although you have 5 different perspectives of caring, in reality, there are 2 distinct paradigms of caring in nursing. One talks about you being caring because you are a human person, and another one talks about you being caring because you are a professional nurse. And having said that, when we talk about the clinical practice, when we are with the other person that is often referred to as our patient, specifically the older adult, we need to understand that caring expressions seen by these people are gestalt. When we talk about caring expression being gestalt, what they see are actions of a nurse emanating from the person doing the action. They cannot really distinguish if what you are doing emanates from you being a good person or emanates from you being a professional caring nurse. Therefore, your caring expression as a nurse and as a person is seen in unity. Caring expression in clinical practice in reality are gestalt. They are a combination of human caring, that is you being a caring person, and professional caring, that is you being a competent professional nurse. They cannot be separate from each other. And when we talk about the unity of these two, the caring expression as being gestalt, we need to understand that the things that we are doing is always directed towards the other person, that is our patient, in this case, the older person. So when we talk about measuring or trying to understand the caringness of the things that we do, it is always being perceived and understood through the perspective of the other person. Even though, for example, you claim that your intent is caring, but the other person sees your action as uncaring, you still will become an uncaring person, and the encounter will be seen as an uncaring moment. We need to understand that caring moment also is not exclusive to nursing. When we talk about caring moment, sometimes caring moment are just what it is. They are caring moment because we are expressing our goodness as a human person rather than expressing our competence as a professional nurse. For example, if you help an older person cross the street, what you're doing is caring as a human person. That is purely human caring. But it is in no way nursing because you are not expressing any nursing knowledge for that matter, and you are not doing it within the nursing situation. Another classic example is that if you try to donate blood for your older patient or older person, donating this blood is an act of human caring rather than professional caring, because donating your own blood as a form of sacrifice and altruism emanates from you being a good person rather than your clinical competence as a professional nurse. So we need to understand that if we want to become a caring nurse, we need to develop two things. We need to be a competent professional nurse, and we need to be a caring person as well. Because as I have said, these two things cannot be separated. Your actions, the things that you are doing as a nurse, will always be seen as a gestalt, a single action taken in by the other person. Moving forward, it is safe to say that when we talk about caring act, the things that we do that is emanating from our caring intent, it is not automatically a nursing action. If what you are doing is not expressing nursing knowledge, or what you are doing is outside nursing situation, what you are expressing is the goodness of your heart rather than the competence of you being a professional. Because nursing action can only happen within nursing situation. And within nursing situation, you need at least two persons for a nursing situation to happen. And one person in that situation is a person formally educated in nursing. Therefore, even though the action of a son who is a physician is almost the same as the action of the nurse, the physician cannot do nursing action simply because it did not happen within a nursing situation. Because the physician is not in any way formally educated in nursing. Do understand that without nursing situation, what we are doing is mostly caring moment, and that is reflective of our humanness rather than a reflection of our competence as a professional. Having said that, we need to understand that before our action as a nurse is seen as caring, three things needs to happen. Rather than four things needs to happen. Your intent must be caring. The expression of your intent must be perceived as caring. And the caring moment where it happened must be seen by the other person as caring. Do understand that the expression of nursing knowledge is always embodied by our nursing action, often referred to as nursing art. This action is always facilitated by ancillary knowledge. And with this, what we are actually expressing is caring as a gestalt, always an amalgamation of professional and human caring. Caring action only becomes caring. Nursing actions, rather, only becomes caring if the intent and act of the nurse, as well as the created moment within the human-to-human encounter, are appreciated by the other person as caring. And this always happened within the perspective of cultural backdrop. For example, in Filipino perspective, we have this idea of malasakit. Malasakit actually comes from two distinctive Filipino terms, that is malasin and sakit. Malasin means to endure, to suffer, to bear witness, and sakit refers to the suffering of the other person. Etymologically, malasakit means to endure and bear witness to the suffering of the other person, as if that suffering is your own. It is almost identical to the idea of sympathy, but in this sense, this one is transcendental because we see ourselves as the same as the other person, but we also know that we are different from that other person. Therefore, when we do malasakit to the other person as Filipinos, we do not only care for the other person, you care also for yourself and the rest of humanity, because that other person is a reflection of each and every person in this world. That is the perspective of malasakit in nursing and malasakit as a Filipino perspective of caring. Do understand that when we talk about malasakit, another essential theme or another essential concept that is closely intertwined with malasakit is our idea of kapwa. Kapwa and malasakit are both Filipino terms and Filipino concepts that do not have any similar equivalents to the other languages simply because it is a cultural identifier. Okay? The idea of kapwa is that all of us is the same at our core. We have a good godness within us, and every person is an expression of that godness. The visual representation of a kapwa, or the idea of kapwa, is that of the sun. The sun in itself is the goodness or godness that is present in all of human persons, and the rays of the sun represent the individual person. So at the end of the day, we are but the same thing, but our expressions of humanity are different because still, nevertheless, even if we are the same at the core, we are different and unique from each other. Do understand that malasakit cannot happen if the other person is not seen as kapwa. These two cannot be separated from each other. Okay? If you do not see the other person as your kapwa, you cannot bear witness to the suffering of the other person. Thus, that suffering will be distinctive to that person, and you will not share the suffering of the other person. Why? Because you do not have a sense of kapwa. Malasakit and kapwa always comes together. The visual representation of the two is like this. Whatever you do to another person, you do it to yourself and the rest of humanity. And that other person, because that other person is your kapwa, a representation of you and the rest of society. Do understand that when we want to talk about the goal of nursing education really is to develop professional nurse that is also a caring person. The development of professional caring, as we have been saying, is always generic and standard. They are always the same throughout the world. But what will make us unique as Filipino nurses, and what the brand that we have as Filipino nurses, is our idea of kapwa as the perspective of person and malasakit as our expression of care. It is the quality of human caring embodied in the professional caring that makes the expression of caring by different societies unique on its own. If we want to be globally competitive and unique, we should also focus on our uniqueness, and our uniqueness reside in our idea of human caring, specifically kapwa and malasakit. This is just another example of the visual representation of malasakit in clinical practice. And having said that, let's now go to the implications and insight from some of the reflections that I have gathered from the two previous topics that we have. As I always say, because we have different levels of practice in nursing, each level of practice of nursing will have a different approach in terms of trying to integrate caring in its practice expression. For example, if we want to understand or integrate caring in our clinical practice that is involving expression of nursing knowledge with the other members of the society directly with another person, we might need to revisit the way how we do nursing or the process of nursing to understand that the process of nursing that we are so used to, the ADPI model, is not grounded on nursing, nor it is not grounded on nursing knowledge, nor it is grounded on caring science. It is more parroting the scientific methodology rather than the paradigms and theories of nursing. To understand also that there are a lot of other processes of nursing, and the nursing process that we know of is just one of the many varied processes of nursing. In the institution where I teach, we have developed our own process of nursing involving two distinctive processes, and that is knowing persons and therapeutic. And in this process, we have an integrated system known as the three-tier system. Within this three-tier system, our goal is set in tiers. The first goal is to stabilize the person. The second goal is to understand the person's concern at the moment by embodying caring. And the third goal is to recognize the pattern and appreciate the person as a unique being in itself. All of these three tiers focus is one, and that is to empower the other person so that the other person can decide for themselves whatever it is that they want to do in their life. Because at the center of this process of nursing is the idea that the other person is unique, that the other person is unpredictable, and that the other person is sentient and they can decide for their own. So within this three-tier system, in the second tier specifically, we want to embody caring. And embodying caring means being responsive to the concern of the other person within the moment. That is caring. That is the expression of caring as a nurse and as a good person. So some of the key things here that we do to express caring within the moment is to listen to understand rather than listening to respond to the concern of the other person. To understand that we should focus on the person first before the condition. And the concerns are not always needs. Concerns and needs are not the same. We also understand that sympathy is essential in building rapport and trying to know the other person as person. We always remind ourselves that the goal of nursing situation with the other person is to empower that person and not really to fix that other person. Fixing is part of empowering, but fixing is not the end goal of empowerment. But one thing that we need to be reminded of when we talk about being caring in clinical practice is one of the danger of trying to equate being caring with heroism. It is not the same. Nurses are not angels. Nurses are not heroes. We are different from heroes and angels. Nurses are professionals. Nursing is a discipline. We value everything that we have because we work hard for it. We are a discipline in a profession because we have social relevance and an explicit social contract. Superheroes, like angels and superhuman beings, do not have any social contract at all. So trying to call nurses as heroes and angels may be detrimental to the profession and discipline of nursing in the long run, simply because it devalues our societal contract. If the members of the society sees nurses as superheroes and angels that do not need the support of the society, why then would they give us more remuneration for our work? Again, at the end of the day, we need to emphasize that we are a professional and a discipline rather than being a hero and an angel. Do understand as well that when we talk about caring, when we talk about malasakit as a nurse, it does not always equate to going beyond our professional work. Do understand that the idea of going the extra mile or going beyond what is required of you to do is not an expression of professional caring. Altruism and heroism is not inherent in the values of the profession of nursing. Do understand that going beyond the extra mile is a personal choice of the nurse. It is more reflective of human caring rather than professional caring. So it should not be taken as the basis for the expression of caring for all professional nurses. Being caring means that you are caring because you want to be caring, not because you are required to. What should be focal in this discussion and narrative is that fulfilling our social mandate through the expression of nursing knowledge should be the basis of being a caring professional, not heroism or altruism. What we need to be constantly reminding ourselves of is that going the extra mile is a personal choice. It is not in any way our professional obligation. So how do we utilize and integrate caring in our professional practice? When we talk about professional practice, it means teaching the professional nurses to be more caring in bedside. And it is always related to how you view caring as a concept if you are the one teaching caring. Although this one is complicated, it can be simplified into this diagram. And in this diagram, what is emphasized here is that if we want to teach future professionals of caring, caring must be central in the curriculum. the two perspective of caring as an expression of humanness, should be central in the ancillary knowledge that we have. We should have a separate course that deals with human caring. And caring as an expression of our professional knowledge should also be central to our curriculum because we want to develop professional nurses. Again, this is rooted on the idea that caring expressions are gestalt, that what you are doing and expressing is always a combination of human caring and professional caring. And human caring is rooted in the idea that the person is caring because of their personhood. And it is always based on our idea of caring through our personal experiences. So all in all, if you want to teach caring in clinical practice, what you should do really is to professionalize caring. So be the embodiment of caring, be the embodiment of malasakit. If malasakit is the expression of human caring that you want in your clinical practice, be a role model for caring. To understand that caring, how we express human caring is mostly being copied, not being taught. We pattern the expression of human caring to the people we think and value as caring persons. So it is different when you teach something and do otherwise. What your colleague will do is copy what you are doing, not doing what you are teaching in terms of teaching human caring. We need to mentor novice nurses on how to properly express caring as their professional identity and as an expression of their personhood. We need to create an environment that is conducive for expressing caring. Do understand that in a toxic environment, what we will usually do is to focus more on professional caring and forget human caring at all, because we need to survive that context. In a toxic encounter, our goal is really survival. So we just do what needs to be done rather than what ought to be done. And what needs to be done is always grounded on professional caring. What ought to be done is grounded on professional caring and human caring. So if the environment is toxic, if the work environment is not conducive, what we will do is professional caring purely, devoid of human caring. Thus, you are at risk of being seen as a person not being malasakit because human caring is not present. Okay? Simply because the environment does not allow you to express human caring. And because of that, we should align policies and protocol so that we can express human caring and professional caring at the same time. And in terms of the advancement of and progress of the society, in terms of the disciplinary practice of nursing, what we want to do is, again, innovate the process, how we educate nurses. To understand the manner at the moment how we educate nurses is not grounded on caring. Caring is not presently expressed in the curriculum. Although caring is foundational, central, extensive, and intensive, it is not explicitly expressed in our current curriculum. Thus, there is always a need that caring be formally, deliberately, and explicitly taught in nursing and in other healthcare profession. And it always starts with integrating caring in your educational philosophy, followed by integrating caring in your institution, and you need to choose which among these four perspectives of caring your institution will choose. For example, in Beda, we choose two perspectives of caring, that caring is a unique expression of nursing knowledge, and it is a science of its own. Therefore, when we innovate our curriculum, these two grounding serve as the basis for our curricular innovation, such that the vision mission of Beda, we see their malasakit and caring as well. And in our curriculum that is grounded on a trans-theoretical perspective, caring science is one of the major players and part of the adjunct knowledge in nursing. We also have the fifth pillar in our program, and that is to express nursing knowledge as caring with the nursing situation across the varied spheres of care. And we have our unique course that is an introduction to caring science. So much so that the manner how we do our clinicals is also a reflection of caring, because we first finish with the theoreticals before we let the student go into clinicals. So in the first week of our semester is purely devoted to theoretical learning, and the last few weeks of the semester is purely on clinical expression. Why? Because in caring, we say that caring knowledge precedes expression. The student cannot express something that they do not know of. And also, caring is part of our research agenda, so that trying to understand the nature of professional caring as nurses and human caring as Filipinos is part and parcel of our agenda. As a concluding thought, let us be reminded of the following idea. Number one, that caring is not exclusive to nursing. Number two, that not all caring expressions are nursing action. Number three, that caring expressions are always appreciated as a gestalt, a combination of professional and human caring. Number four, that malasakit is human caring rather than professional caring. Number five, that caring is the expression of both humanness and disciplinary knowledge, and it is not in any way related to altruism or heroism, and that the goal of nursing education is to produce professional nurses that is also a caring person. Therefore, caring must be deliberate, central, and explicit in our curriculum. Going back to our case scenario, which among the following is expressing caring? Specifically, which person is acting as a good human being and which person is practicing professional nursing? The answer to the first question is that all of them is practicing caring as a good human person, but none of them is practicing professional nursing. One, because the physician's son is not a nurse. Number two, because donating your own blood is not an expression of your professional knowledge as a nurse. And three, doing self-care only involves yourself and does not involve the other person, therefore there is no nursing situation. Again, if you want to know more about the relationship of caring or answer the question, is caring the same of nursing, you may want to copy the QR code here. And as a concluding thought, we need to remember that we are nurses not because we possess a specialized set of skill, but rather because we think via our unique body of nursing knowledge and always express this as caring. Nursing is more than doing, it is thinking and being. These are some of my resources for this presentation. And with that, thank you and good day.
Wow, thank you for that wonderful and comprehensive message about the dynamics in nursology and presenting to us the many facets of caring, Dr. Martinez. At this moment, we will be accommodating one or two questions addressed to Dr. Martinez, as we understood that our plenary speaker has another engagement scheduled today. So you can type in your question in our question box, and probably Ma'am Andrea can help me.
Good morning, Doc. I think we have one question here from one of our participants. He's trying to ask, what specific recommendations can you suggest if we revise the curriculum to integrate caring?
Okay. That's a very simple question, but the answer is quite complicated. I wish we actually did it in San Beda, and because we did it, although it's not a perfect process, you may want to view how we did it in San Beda so that you will have an idea of how we go through the process of integrating caring in the nursing curriculum. And at the moment, I will be sharing the presentation of how we did it in the chat box so that the participants could watch how we did it in San Beda. But the essence of how we did it is we integrate we integrate caring in our curriculum by first trying to restructure the framework of how we produce the curriculum. We first try to integrate caring in our educational philosophy and then in our vision mission so that caring will be spread and will be palpable in every aspect of our curriculum. It's not just merely teaching caring as a separate course or subject in our curriculum. It's more than that because everything should be, because caring is central to nursing. So every nursing knowledge must always be related to our expressions of caring as a nurse. So it is not, yes, it may be difficult, but one thing that we have proven in how we did it in San Beda is that it is doable. Okay? But if we want to start little by little, we may start by doing it in our own little way, and that is integrating the concept of teaching caring in all of the courses that we teach. And then from there, if we want to integrate caring in our curriculum, we do it when we revise our curriculum. So I would like to share with the audience that currently we are in the process of developing a module, an online module for Filipino nurse educator on how to integrate caring in their curriculum, and it will be offered virtually for free once it is made available. So I will be sharing it as well to the greater population of nurse educators in the Philippines.
Thank you for that answer. Any more questions for Dr. Martinez?
Ma'am Irene, I think two of our participants are raising their hand.
Okay.
Do they have any questions? I think it's Miss Apriline Magtanyob and Miss Darvia Mando. Do you have a question for Dr. Martinez?
They might not be audible, Ma'am Andrea.
If you have questions, please just type them in your question box. Miss Magtanyob. I think we have a new question from Mr. Jules Alexis Dahay. Hi, Sir Jules. His question is, what are some of your established innovations in nursing education on how to develop future caring nurses? So I will repeat the question, Doc. What are some of your established innovations in nursing education on how to develop future caring nurses?
Okay. So what I will be sharing are the innovations that we did in my institution. And I will not be claiming that these are established innovation because they are in itself innovation. You can only say that it is established when the innovation is there for the longest time. And in terms of how we did it in my institution, it's not there for at least five years from now. So three of our innovations that I would like to share is number one, integrating caring in our curriculum. That's how we do it, so that we know that we are developing caring professional caring nurses at the end of the day. Number two, we also ground ourselves with trans-theoretical perspective. That is, we are heavily laden on nursing theories and models, and that is the way how we make sure that the student know that what they are doing is nursing and they're not doing another expression of another professional discipline. Again, because one way to make sure that the student know that they are doing nursing is to let them be aware of the nursing knowledge. And nursing knowledge can only be accessed and understood through nursing theories and models. And number three is that we have included in our curriculum palliative care to complete the 4 spheres of care that we have. Because what we see as lacking in the current curriculum of nurses is the idea of palliative care. We do not have it in our default curriculum. But the reality is we will see and we will talk about death and dying as part of our professional practice, specifically in the clinical area. And if we will not be teaching students about palliative care, they will be unarmed. And because they are unarmed, the moments that they will create with the other persons, specifically older persons, will be uncaring for sure. So those are the three things that I think we have as innovations in San Beda, and I hope that other institutions will follow through.
Thank you for that answer, Dr. Martinez. I think, let me check the question box. There is another question here from Flor de Liza Canlapan. She said, caring nurses are observed to be diminishing due to work overload. Is curriculum revision really is the answer to this current dilemma, particularly in chronic long-term patients? I am a nurse trainer from Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. There goes the question, doctor. Did you get it, doc? Have I read it?
Okay, yes.
Okay.
I'm also reading it at the moment.
Okay,
Now.
okay.
So the question goes, is curriculum really the idea to make sure that the professionals that we will be developing is caring professionals? The short answer is yes and no. Do understand that we are developing nurses in the university as future professionals. So they must be equipped with the knowledge and know-how how to express this professional knowledge and the knowledge from other discipline as caring. Okay, but how they will express caring is not the role of the university. It is the role of the service sector. Okay, it is the role of the service sector to make sure that the context where caring could occur is realized. So even if we train and infuse caring within our curriculum, even if we produce nurses with a lot of potential to express caring in their professional practice, if in practice and if in their institution, the context does not allow them to express caring, they will be seen always as uncaring. So it is beyond the scope of the university level. And I do agree that the university and the service sector should work hand in hand to make sure that the nurses that we are developing is, again, a professional nurse that is a caring person. We in the university focus on enabling them and empowering them, giving them the knowledge of nursing and the knowledge of the ancillary discipline so that they can express this knowledge as caring when they become professional nurses at the bedside. And it is the role of the service sector to allow these nurses to express this knowledge as caring in the bedside. If they will not allow it to happen, it will never happen. So it is a two-way process. And I can, at the moment, the most that I can do as a nursologist is to serve as a consultant in some institution on how to do it, on how to allow nurses to express caring even though the context seems to be toxic, because it is doable. But again, it is two-pronged. The university and the service sector should work hand in hand to make sure that we are producing caring nurses, and the caring nurses that we produce can express caring in their bedside practice in the service sector.
Okay, thanks for that enlightening answer, Dr. Martinez. So probably due to the interest of time, there is still another question. Can we entertain just, okay, she just said thank you. Okay, due to the interest of time, let's move on. Allow me to present the certificate of recognition to our plenary speaker. And this certificate reads, I cannot view yet the certificate here. So let us wait for it to appear. Okay. Certificate of recognition is presented to Rudolf Seymour Kirby P. Martinez, PhD RN, for sharing his invaluable expertise as plenary speaker in the 5th Mindanao International Nursing Seminar, or MINS, with the theme Thriving in Times of Change, this 10th day of December 2022. Signed, Elmer G. Organia, PhD, MAN, RN, Convener, Dean College of Tacurong, Notre Dame of Tacurong College, and Dennis Amando, MPH, MA, RN, Convener, Beta Nu Delta Nursing Society.
Thank you.
Dear participants, let's give Dr. Martinez another round of virtual applause, please. Thank you so much. Thank you again, Dr. Martinez. Ma'am Andrea.
At this juncture, may I call on Mr. Carlo Jason S. De La Cruz, RN, MAN, the Dean of University of Southern Mindanao, to give us a little background about our second plenary speaker.
Hey everyone, it's my honor and pleasure to 1 hour our speaker currently Sir for Central House is also various the tech such as being the college is also a member of the institutional committee of the Central Mindanao University. Member of the University Bias. Our speaker is also an accreditor for the accrediting agency of partner colleges or curriculum. He is the former program head of the Bachelor of Science in Nursing program of the University of Southern Mindanao, from the year 2014 and the faculty by institution web, the graduate studies various such as Davao Doctor and Ateneo. Our speaker is PhD nurse, Central College. Please help me welcome our plenary speaker, 15 years of experience. Let us give a virtual round of applause for Dr. Mark Ryan White. Hello, everyone.
Okay, it seems like we're having technical difficulties. I think we should take this time to have a quick bladder break as our technical team is resolving the current problem. Thank you.
Before I begin my talk on integration, nursing cross continuum care for older adults.
Okay, everyone, I think our technical team have found a solution. So we'll now resume with the presentation of Dr. Mark Ryan by Contaoi.
So, allow me first to acknowledge people behind this international nursing. Dr. Elmer Organia, Regional Governor of Philippine Nursing Association 12, Dr. Tacurong of Beda Nursing Society, and to our people researcher who is also a friend, Dennis of the Philippine Nursing Research Society. Also to our nursing students who are around the participating schools, coming from different nursing schools in Mindanao, and also to our international students present, also to our faculty in nursing and nursing professionals who are around. Thank you very much for your. Let's go straight to the objectives. At the end of this presentation, you will be able to articulate the following. What is nursing and continuum of care? All right, so we are all in the nursing profession, and hopefully we'll be able to really see the advantage, to see the value of nursing across the continuum of care for older adults. Next will be the challenges of caring for older adults at the height of the COVID. I would like to integrate that in my talk also about COVID-19 pandemic, what happened to older adults, especially during the care of this vulnerable population. I'm saying that we don't have COVID-19, that is the threat of COVID-19. Then also the importance of nursing on older adults across the continuum of care. We will also talk about that, and how nursing is various functions in education, practice, research, with the potential sources of care and policies and intervention on the care of older adults. Also to gain insights and integrated nurse principles into how to meet the needs of older adults care. And lastly is about to gain understanding to an example of a geriatric care model across the continuum of care for older adults. So these are our objectives for this session. On this slide, we will talk about nursing. You can see there are several definitions of nursing here. But first, I'd like to give you this definition that nursing is. We all know that the caring is important, and I know that you can also relate to that. You were asked during your school by the interviewer who asked you what is nursing for you, right? So caring is then demonstrated by a nurse activity to embody the 5 core values. And that's according to Karen. So nursing is widely considered to be a profession of professionals who are dedicated to both caring for their patients and helping people more gender. And we also have here nursing is an art. How did nursing become an art? Well, nursing can be called an art because of creativity, empathy, and our interaction.
I know that you have that in your lesson. Well, even the professionals here knew about that from the very start. Why nursing is an art. Even your communication, your passion, your interest, they are all part of our profession, the nursing profession. And here we also have nursing is how nursing became a sin. Well, it can be called the science because of the fact that nursing uses scientific knowledge. In high school, we were also asked, what is science? Science is the study of science. That's the way we define science. And well, nurses make use of critical thinking, they make use of scientific knowledge in their work. So that makes it a science. So nursing uses the scientific information in their care and in their practice. So here are the 4 nursing values. As you can see, there are 5 values every nurse. Why am I discussing this with you? Because I would like to lay down to you the foundation on how we become better providers here, especially in caring for older adults. So we have here human dignity. Human dignity is about respect. Every person has the right to be valued, and like everyone wishes to die with dignity. Next is integrity. Integrity is all about honesty. When you have that strong moral principle, that's integrity. Autonomy is the third one. Autonomy, I know that you are familiar with this because this is also, one of your ethical principles. We have discussed that in your ethics. So autonomy is the right of, or the capacity of a person for self-determination and self. When you make use of your own free will to decide for your own care, that's autonomy. Altruism is about your unselfish concern for others. When you simply do things out of your concern, out of your desire to help, altruism. And the last is social justice. Social justice is about equal access to wealth, opportunities, and privileges within it. So here's the continuum of care. So that's now that we talk about continuum of care. Well, please bear with the noise of the rain in the background. It's really raining so hard here. Well, a continuum of care is that provides comprehensive range of care involved with the patient over time, and that is according to daily. In that, especially when it comes to health, there are no guarantees. You are aware of that. Things can really change day to day, and having this healthcare system that we can rely on really helps a lot. So when you have a loved one, for example, your lolo, your grandfather, your grandmother, your lola, has been diagnosed with a serious or chronic illness, or simply because they are progressing to the natural healing process, the ability to access a continuum of care takes on a greater importance. So with this understanding that a patient's health may be most vulnerable during gaps in care, so the continuum of care exists to ensure that these gaps are filled. So from the previous slide, we have already defined what is the continuum of care. So what are the needs and concerns for the patient? So according to Smith Life Home Care in 2021, these are the needs. We have here safety, dignity, and your independence. Growing older impacts of different people in different ways, and it's not always possible to anticipate what circumstances may arise that may create the need for assistance. So the different options available belong on a continuum that would really address the safety, dignity, and your independence for aging. Let me share also this study about aging in the Philippines by Cruz, Beda, and Saito of UP Diliman Research 2017. Well, I would like also to highlight in my talk about older persons in the Philippines. Well, let's get to know them here. It says here that older persons are the fastest growing age segment in the country. And in the next 5 years or so, by the year 2022, and I think this is the year, they would make up at least 10% of our population, making the Philippines an aging society. So a great tsunami is really brewing in the Philippines to prepare for the graying society in the country. So in terms of caring, the idea that caring for older people is the responsibility of their children is rooted as firmly in Philippine society. So do you have your Lola and Lolos still with you at the moment? We cannot, afford to lose them. And no matter how old they are, we'd love them to stay with us because of our close family ties. So for that reason, older people usually live with their families. Respect for one's elders is traditional. However, no, in this study, 8 in 10 older Filipinos consider the idea of having the aged. Why? What happened? Okay, so would you also like to stay in a home for the aged when you reach also your senior citizenship in the future? Now let me talk about older adults during the COVID-19 pandemic. We were badly hit by the pandemic. I'm not saying that we don't have pandemic. There's still the threat of COVID-19 now. However, at the height of the pandemic, really, it has dramatically altered the environments older adults inhabit. So these changes include restricted access to usual healthcare, like medication management, fittings for new medical equipment, and daily activities like shopping and grocery stores, because there was really a limited movement at the time, and the activities were restricted. But there was also this vital access to informal care from family and friends, where it was also affected, like your social support system, as well as your acute and post-acute care needs, like rehabilitation services. So the pandemic really has exposed ageism like never before. So older people have been separated and isolated, portrayed as weak and helpless, and their rights now have been ignored. So this has really taken a toll on a lot of people, not just the older adults. And now the older adults are facing more risk, like violence, abuse, and neglect, than before the pandemic. So from the previous slide, now this has been the summary of the significant changes that happened during the pandemic. So we have here restricted access to usual healthcare, daily activities. You cannot just go right away to shopping at grocery stores or do recreational activity. And because these activities were restricted during the COVID-19 pandemic, especially to older adults, and also vital access to informal care from family and friends, and acute and post-acute care needs were really affected by the pandemic. So in here, I would like to share to you what the United Nations 2020 said about older adults during the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic has brought unprecedented challenges to humanity and presents a disproportionate threat to the health, lives, rights, and well-being of older persons. It is crucial to minimize this risk by addressing the needs, human rights of older persons in our efforts to fight. So the older adults have been especially hard hit by the COVID-19. And the pandemic has changed older people's daily routines, the care and support they receive, their ability to stay socially connected, and how they are perceived. That has totally changed during the COVID. In addition to that, United Nations 2020 also cited that many of the risks are not new. Older persons have long been subject to inadequate protection of their human rights and overlooked in national policies. So it became evident early in the coronavirus pandemic that older age is a risk factor for becoming severely ill with COVID-19. And I mean, comparing that to the young ones, right? So they were more vulnerable and they would likely get severe condition when they are infected with the COVID-19. But the virus impact on older adults goes beyond high risk or serious impact. So it also includes limited access to care for all health conditions as well as considerable social and economic hardships. Now, I would like also to share to you this study related to older adults living inside long-term care facilities. Because I said a while back about the intention of Filipino older adults to stay in home for the aged. So this is somewhat similar to this. So in that study according to Miller, in 2020, COVID-19 deaths has occurred in long-term care facilities that care for older adults with physical and cognitive impairments in need of assistance with basic activities of daily living, such as eating, bathing, and toileting. So more than 50% of COVID-19 related deaths take place. So as you can see now, in France, 51% of their older adults inside of long-term care facilities died. Belgium recorded about 50% or 53% of deaths. Norway had 60% and at 63 COVID-19 related deaths. One sad reality that comes with aging is disability. And this is also very common among older adults in long-term care facility. So we define disability as a process that begins with biomedical or physiological abnormality and progresses to bodily impairments, affecting physical, mental, or social functioning. So if unchecked, impairment harms the fundamental physical and mental actions like ability to get up and the use of stairs, which may lead to disability. Disability is very frequent now, and it lowers quality of life. So both mental and physical disability predispose to admission to hospital. You get admitted because of disability, your need for residential care. That's why people are being sent to home for the aged, for example, and long-term care facility, and even premature death occur. So it's important for us to really help combat disability in the elderly because this can improve quality of life. So how can nurses be of help to older adults, acute and chronic conditions? So we have here management of older adult function, which involves informal and formal care structures comprised of the primary and acute care. And the other one is the long-term services and support, LTSS, where nursing home care represents a fraction of LTSS. And our primary healthcare nurse practitioners really work with patients who have chronic conditions in settings such as clinics. And likewise, our nurses also work with patients who have complex conditions in settings such as the ICU and trauma units. And meanwhile, our community-based LTSS programs also help our older adults and people with disabilities, like what I have mentioned a while back. And we highlighted and we put emphasis on disability of older adults and how they will be taken care of by our nurses and our health professionals. So our community-based LTF also they provide also help and encouragement to family members caring for older adults and people with disabilities. So here are the range of options that are available when the time comes to consider getting help and when is the right time to get help. There's a variety of options that we can choose from here. And this is also where we can draw understanding about a continuum. I'd like to emphasize that the continuum of care doesn't only cater to older adults with disability, but also for those with no disability. So the first option is going solo or keeping in the family. There are older adults who have fewer complications due to aging, and so they feel strongly about living out their lives in their own home. And there are still, common sense precautions that they can go, just like keep the floors glamorously and brighten up the room with extra lighting and also install glam bars in the bathroom. Next would be in-home professional care. So what is this in-home professional care? So this is about considering a provider who offers a full range, flexibility, and professional needs. Okay. And the next is independent living. So with this independent living, it's designed to reduce isolation, promote safety, and also allow adults to feel secure that they have found a forever home. Okay. Now with assisted living, as we can see in the picture, that the older adults need assistance. So this is about getting access to medical professionals and other essential support to allow for as much continued independence as possible, while still acknowledging the realities being faced. Now the last is advanced care options. Well, advanced care options will really be complex, and this talks about home care, palliative care, hospice in the home. So our older adults reach a certain point in their lives where they require a greater degree of care from health professionals in order to ease their time. Okay, so these are our options. This is about integrative nursing for older adults. We will now discuss the functions of nursing education, or the role of nursing education, nursing research and practice, on how to integrate nursing for older adults. So first here is that nurses should increase their knowledge and skills in gerontological nursing to deliver high quality care to older adults. Second is nursing curricula need to reinforce the standalone courses in gerontology. And third is develop a standard of gerontological competencies for students. Actually, we have this subject, care for older adults, in the nursing curriculum, and our nursing students are exposed to home for the aged or any long-term care facility where their clients are older adults. Okay, so this has been intensified, and this is a practice in some nursing schools. For nursing practice, we have here examples how we can integrate nursing. Number one here is understanding the and that also includes understanding the journey, their understanding of health, their desire for relationships. Innovative care models are emerging that incorporate integrative approaches into the full continuum of care from to assisted living. Integrative nursing offers a conceptual framework that actually focuses on improving the health and well-being of individuals as well as caregiver, individual-centered, relationship-based, when they are caring for elderly individuals or Now for nursing research, we have a lot of nursing research outputs that we can utilize on how we can improve our nursing care for older adults. And number one here is that the research produced innovative care, which I will also give an example later on, will address the care needs of the expanding population of older adults. Nursing and advanced practice nursing, as well as interprofessional models, full insight into how to meet the needs of older adults from the. Second is to conduct a review of past and present models. And these models across settings emphasize maximizing the role of nurses and advanced practice nurses. And these are examples, innovative care models. Okay? We have programs of all-inclusive care for the elderly. We call it the ACE, acute care for the elderly unit, the ACE unit, and transitional care model. Okay, so these are products of our research. So this is now the summary of all the things that we have discussed earlier. This is an example of the continuum of geriatric care model. As you can see, this looks like this slide. And let me use my pointer. So in here, you can see the different conditions of the older adult. And also in here, on the other side, we have different kinds of services that correspond to the needs of the older adult. Okay, so where do we come in as healthcare providers? Okay, so anyway, let me just also emphasize that this model is not only applicable to nurses, but this also applies to other healthcare professions as well. Okay, so this is a collaborative work with other healthcare professions. Okay, so nurses work within a continuum. Okay, and we have to meet the diverse care needs of older adults, and older adults are a diverse population, and so the requirements for healthcare and assistance are very much needed. Okay, so knowledge of the continuum of health services for older adults is also crucial for healthcare professionals like nurses who are guiding the care of this population. So to gain this knowledge and these skills, we as nurses must learn about the unique aspects of specific services and programs, as shown in this time, while appreciating the interconnectedness of these services. Okay, so example, when you are robust, you don't need much assistance, and we as nurses can work with these older adults maybe in terms of healthy lifestyle, right? And that's it. No, when an older adult gets chronic disease, for example, so there is a need for acute care. Maybe you need to have a consultation, and so nurses should be there to assess these older adults who have problems with chronic diseases or multiple chronic diseases. That would really depend on the needs of the patient or the older adult. Now, in that continuum of care, I am showing this to stress the importance of nursing across the continuum of care for older adults, as it shows the series of the services or how certain services relate to or complement each other. Okay, so it's important to look at how older adults transition through phases of illness. For example, again, another example is that, can you see the end of life care here? So what should be the service or specific service that would address the end of life situation of an older adult? So it should be palliative care. Okay. So these are the things that we have to keep in mind, and that will guide our nurses on how they will take care of older adults across the continuum of care. Okay. In addition to that, when we talk about continuum, we mean that there is continuity. For older adults, by the time that we reach a certain age where we are considered to be older adults, then that would also be the time that will come. So we need to be holistic in our approach to caring older adults. And as shown here, there are several dimensions and phases in caring for older adults across the continuum of care. So this is not caring across the lifespan. If that would be the case, then we would need something to do. So this is specialized and centered on caring for the continuum of care during the sunset years. I would like to end my talk by saying, love your parents. We are so busy growing up. We often forget they are also growing. And what you see in the slide, these are my parents, my father and my mother. And I would like to dedicate this presentation also to them because they're already senior citizens. Before, I was really afraid of getting old, but I have realized that you don't have to defy aging, but you have to age gracefully, because going through the aging process is a beautiful thing. Okay, so thank you very much. And here are my messages. Thank you again for listening. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ryan Contaoi, for that informative message. If you have any questions for our second plenary speaker, please type in those queries and in the question box, and we will find time later to answer those questions. At this moment, we will proceed to awarding of certificate for our second plenary speaker. The certificate reads, Certificate of Recognition is presented to Mark Ryan Y. Contaoi, PhD RN, for sharing his invaluable expertise as a plenary speaker in the 5th Mindanao International Nursing Seminar, Thriving in Times of Change, given this 10th day of December 2022. Signed, Elmer G. Organia, PhD, MAN, RN, Convenor, and Dennis Amando, MPH, MARN, Convenor. Ma'am Irene, I think you're on mute. Nakamute
Oh,
ka
I'm
po.
sorry. Okay. We are getting near now at the end part of our webinar. But before that, let us hear a closing keynote message. And to introduce our speaker, may I call in again Ms. Melba Irene Gabuya, RN, MN, a faculty in the College of Nursing, Ateneo de Davao University, to introduce our closing keynote speaker.
Is with the presence of the greats in nursing. Our closing keynote speaker is one of them. He is a professor of the College of Nursing at Cebu Normal University, where he earned his degrees in Bachelor of Science in Nursing, Master in Nursing, major in Mental Health, Psychiatric Nursing, and Doctor of Science in Nursing, major in gerontology nursing. In his short stay in the university, he rose from the ranks, starting off as a college research assistant to becoming a distinguished member of the faculty and his eventual deanship at the very young age of 25. He is the founding director of the Research Institute for Aging and Health. He also held the post as the presidential assistant for planning and development, director of the Center for Research and Development, and the managing editor of the CNU Journal for Higher Education. He is currently serving as the officer in charge of the Office of the Board and University Secretary. In his memberships in local and national organizations, he was able to contribute in the formulation of policies that provided greater comfort to the vulnerable population. His research works were presented in national and international conferences and were published in reputable local and international journals. He also served as mentors to students who specialized in psychiatric nursing and gerontology nursing. His expertise afforded him the opportunity to serve as research person in local and international trainings and conferences, as well as serve as a visiting professor in universities abroad. Dr. Garcia has been recognized by the USA's National Hartford Center for Gerontological Nursing Excellence as one of the inaugural Distinguished Educator in Gerontological Nursing. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Laurence L. Garcia.
To the officials of the Beta Nu Delta Nursing Society, the officials of the Philippine Nurse Association Incorporated in Caraga at Soxargen, and of course, the officials of the Notre Dame of Tacurong College of Nursing, and the rest of the co-host nursing schools, researchers, research advocates, advocates for the care of the older persons, nurses, students, friends, good morning, magandang umaga, and maayong buntag kanatong tanan. I am very much honored to be invited to deliver the closing keynote speech today. I am happy to know that this conference has been in existence for many years, proof that research is part of the lives of nurses in this part of the country. I have been around Mindanao to deliver lectures and speeches, and this is the very first time to be part of the Mindanao International Nursing Seminar. I hope there will be a time when I could join you physically in the future. Honestly, I am even happier today to talk about a topic very close to my heart, being an educator and an advocate for the care of older persons. I am tasked to deliver a speech on the significant role of nurses in the care of older persons, particularly during the pandemic. However, I wanted to go beyond that because older people were the most vulnerable during the pandemic, but it is a fact that they are vulnerable with or without the pandemic, a population that is worthy of our attention and care. Adults over 60 years of age are the fastest growing age group, the result of increasing life expectancies coupled with declining fertility rates, rapid social and economic development, and notable public health successes have also contributed to people living longer. However, population aging comes with challenges. Many people live longer, but not all live well. For adults over 60, the greatest health issue is increased non-communicable diseases. Stronger efforts are required to prevent and manage non-communicable diseases, and focuses for a better lifestyle, healthier activities, and conscious effort to be healthy so older people can enjoy a better quality of life and continue to be productive members of society. With preparation, however, population aging can be an opportunity to improve services for older people while also transforming health systems more broadly. In the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, world leaders pledge to ensure that all human beings can fulfill their potential in dignity and equality and a healthy environment, leaving no one behind. leaving no portion of the whole population behind, not disregarding the welfare of older people. This can only be achieved by ensuring the best possible health and well-being for older people. With the rapid aging of the population around the world, this demographic transition will impact almost all aspects of society. And we have started to see how the growth of the population has created an impact on many sectors of society. It cannot be denied that health is central to our experience of older age. And thus, health, being a multi-sectoral concern, has to be the center of the priorities of society, since improvement in health has helped increase the lives of many. Yet, while we are living longer, there is little evidence to suggest that these extra years are spent in good health. Rather than focusing on the absence of disease, we should consider healthy aging from the perspective of the functional ability that enables older people to be and to do, and what they have reason to value. As nurses, it has always been our goal when we provide care to ensure that our patients live with independence. In the same manner, if we wanted older people to live longer, they have to live a satisfying life wherein they can still function. This is where nurses can play a crucial role. Nurses, as part of the clinical governance systems, can contribute to measuring, monitoring, and improving the quality, safety, and appropriateness of clinical care, being the healthcare professionals always beside the minds. Nurses can support individual older people and their families to access evidence-based care, knowing that we care not only for the patient, but all other people surrounding them, and that we practice nursing based on appropriate evidence. And nurses can lead and support aged care teams to provide quality, safe care for older people through the application of their knowledge, skills, and mentorship. Nurses have a responsibility to continuously reflect on and develop their knowledge and skills. Thus, the provision of opportunities for nurses to continuously develop professionally. Related to this, in the Philippines, the nurses are expected to perform three important roles: role in client care, role in leadership and management, and role in research. Thus, this talk will revolve around all of these three. Let's start with the care anchored of love. I hope everybody feels love today. For those who feels otherwise, try to send a message to anyone in this room, and try to send a message to anybody who you think will make you feel loved. But what's love got to do with the care of older people? Love, as defined, is a feeling of warm attachment or deep affection for a parent, child, or friend, and an affectionate concern for the well-being of others. Nursing is defined as the job or skill of caring for people who are sick or injured, while caring is defined as displaying kindness and concern for others and the work or practice of looking after those unable to care for themselves, especially sick elderly people. It specifically mentioned older people. Thus, nursing care is a way of showing care for older people. And when you care, you show love. How can we show love to an older person? Allow me to anchor this to the 5 languages of love. For sure, you are very familiar with Dr. Gary Chapman's love languages. Para sa single nurses, kung wala talaga, show your love to your older adult patients because it's more fulfilling. But if my chance pa, of course, find love, permit me to tackle this part more lightly. We must communicate our appreciation to our aging patients, telling them, I am proud of you when they take their medication as an example of expressing love using words of affirmation. Try to react on the chat box when you feel happiest, when you are given assurance that you did well, and that assurance make you feel loved. So I hope you are, and I hope to see your reactions in the chat box. Next, it is important to set aside quality time with our older patients. It can come in the form of properly explaining the procedures and giving information on the medication you are giving, or when you try to listen to their complaints. I know caring for older people is sometimes exhausting, but we have to understand that at the back of these demands is their desire to be cared for. When you have the opportunity to spare some time for them, spare it to them. Diba, we feel sad when our jowa doesn't send a message. It's the same. So when you have the opportunity, spare some time for them. Touch is the first of our senses to develop and has been proven essential for physical health well. Older people often appreciate a gentle display of affection from a loved one. It could be a gentle back rub, touch on the arm, or holding hands, and these are all demonstrations of physical tenderness to show someone you care. Research has shown that eye contact also lowers cortisol levels. So especially during the periods of physical distancing caused by the pandemic, it was especially important that nurses ensured scheduled interactions with these patients during the times of isolation. Dr. Chapman notes that some people feel love by receiving gifts and equally show love by giving gifts. And this is very timely because it's Christmas season. Kindly type Merry Christmas in the chat box if you feel merry today, and if you wanted others to feel merry too. I hope we get to share our gifts with the less fortunate older people. I hope the nurses in Mindanao will find time to share your blessings in the season of loving and giving to the older persons. This display of love does not necessarily signify materialism, but rather thoughtfulness. Regardless of cost or size, giving a gift as a gesture of love can reveal the effort one is willing to make. Gifts don't have to be costly. Remember, it's the thought that counts. Imagine how the faces of the older people would light up when you get to bring them small things. Diba? That's the spirit of Christmas. Lastly, actions speak louder than words. And for those who perceive love in this way, it is the act of doing or serving that fulfills the expression of love. Some of our older people enjoy the act of helping staff set tables, fold laundry, or even serve tea to fellow residents. They can be allowed to volunteer at a local community group and enjoy the feeling of love that comes from helping others. A lot of these older people find that they are still significant and they are allowed to serve others despite their age. Allow them to be part of society. Allow them to contribute to society even in the later years of their lives. Care of older people during and beyond the pandemic is simple. It is anchored in love. But the COVID-19 has exposed inadequate and underfunded care and support services for older persons. Many older persons have no access to or choice and control over the care and support services they may need to live independent, autonomous lives in the setting of their choice. The types of care and support services available to older persons vary, but in many places, these services are limited and unaffordable to everyone except those on a high income. Imagine older people living in hinterlands, in mountains, and in islands where healthcare is inaccessible. Imagine those older people who have not seen a single health professional in the many years of their lives. For most families, family members are the only care and support providers available to them. It is important to invest in their care and support services to ensure that services are adapted to older persons' individual needs, promote their well-being, and maintain their autonomy and independence. Thus, care for the older person during and beyond the pandemic is love manifested as words of affirmation, time, touch, gifts, and acts of service. Put a heart emoji in the chat box if you are loved, feeling in love, or hopeful for the love to come. I hope you are, and I hope you continue to stay in love. Now let's go to research. How about the nurse's role in research? Is there also love in research? We are always taught by our teachers and professors to learn to love research. Looking at the nurse's role in the care of older persons will align and stimulate research for healthy aging and foster its uptake into policy and practice. Improving the knowledge base will help identify the met and unmet needs of older adults and the interventions that can improve healthy aging trajectories across the second half of life. Clear World Health Organization guidance on research approaches will ensure quality and comparability between studies, while topic-specific research and synthesis will provide practitioners and policymakers with better evidence for action. The opportunities for research to improve health and healthcare by contributing to the formulation and implementation of policy are almost unlimited. Indeed, the availability of these opportunities is a tribute to a generation of health services researchers questioning existing policies or studying essential why and what if questions using rigorous analysis. Our healthcare system, like those in other countries, confronts continued pressures from increasing costs, inconsistent quality, avoidable patient harms, pervasive disparities in health, and healthcare associated with individual characteristics such as race, ethnicity, income, education, and geography, and poor population health outcomes. The persistence of the many of these challenges reflects in part a failure of science alone to improve health. Thus, improving health is a multi-sectoral approach. Strategies to address many of these challenges exist in the laboratory, but the contribution of the science to health of the public is limited by a research enterprise that values the discovery of new knowledge far more than its successful application. On the surface, health service researchers and policymakers often seem locked in an unrequited love affair. Each seek the attention and respect of the other, and each is endlessly frustrated. Ang sakit, di ba, ng unrequited love affair, pinagtagpo pero di tintahan. Beneath the surface, the relationship is far more successful than it appears. Almost all recent developments in health policy, from the conceptualization of accountable healthcare organizations to the structure of health insurance expansions, are rooted in policy-informed research because researchers increasingly recognize the importance of applying their energies to policy-relevant questions. I hope our research teachers and professors will focus their energies on topics that are relevant to policies. I hope we guide our students to choose topics that will eventually be transformed into policies, programs, and practice changes. Health services researchers can influence policymaking in 4 ways. First, they can identify critical problems as the ones witnessing the day-to-day struggles of the patients. Second, they can research the benefits and harms of policy solutions as the ones implementing new practice discoveries. Third, estimate the cost and consequences of policy proposals. And lastly, actively participate in the policy process to a real-time decision. Researchers can rarely affect implementation decisions when publishing paper. I hope this does not dishearten researchers who always aim to publish. Though publishing seemed to be the summit of the research process, we have to realize that the impact of research happens when our recommendations are translated into policies, programs, and practice changes. That is when we as researchers, truly made an impact in the lives of our beneficiaries, especially the older people. Researchers who actively participate in the policy process can bring their research and clinical experience to bear in this real-time decision. These are researchers who know what true advocacy is. What's the use of knowledge generation, high-end research, and publication in high-end journal when you have not made an impact on the lives of your beneficiaries, when your discoveries just went into a piece of paper and you have not made a tangible change in the people's lives. This pandemic has brought unprecedented challenges to humanity and presents a disproportionate threat to the health, lives, rights, and well-being of older persons. Older persons have long been subject to inadequate protection of their human rights and overlooked in national policies and programs. COVID-19 recovery is an opportunity to set the stage for a more inclusive, equitable, and age-friendly society anchored in human rights. And we can start as nurses by advocating for their welfare. Would you agree that the only person who can take care of the older person you will someday is the younger person you are now? Therefore, advocate for older people and contribute to the improvement of their lives. For what you sow today, you will reap what you grow old. According to George Washington Carver, how far you go in life depends on your being tender with the young, compassionate with the aged, sympathetic with the striving, and tolerant of the weak and strong. Because someday in life, you will have been all of this. Nurses are in the best position to do so. Vipin Bihari Guyal said that old people die not because no one cared for them, but because someone they expected care from did not bother. So please, nurses, while you have the opportunity, do something for the older people. Be bothered by their current situation and use it as a fuel to your desire to serve them. Maayong buntag, daghang salamat, ug maayong Pasko kanaton.
Thank you very much, Dr. Laurence Garcia, for that inspiring and comprehensive message. Indeed, nursing governance in geriatric care entails nurses to focus on the functional abilities to promote a satisfying and improved life and well-being of older adults under their loving care. With certainty, our participants learned a lot from you and from all the speakers who have previously shared their valued studies. So for your queries, just please type in your questions at the question box, and probably we can read it later and have Dr. Garcia answer your questions. But for now, at this juncture, allow me to present the certificate of recognition to our closing keynote speaker, Dr. Garcia. This certificate reads, Certificate of Recognition is presented to Laurence L. Garcia, DSCN, RN, for sharing his invaluable experience as a keynote speaker in the 5th Mindanao International Nursing Seminar. With the theme, Thriving in Times of Change, this 10th day of December 2022, signed Elmer G. Organia, PhD, MAN, RN, Convenor, Dean College of Nursing, Notre Dame of Tacurong College, and Dennis Amando, MPH, MARN, Convenor, Beda Nu Delta Nursing Society. Thank you so much, Dr. Garcia.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have just listened to the keynote and plenary message from our speakers. At this point, we will give time for our speakers to answer the questions from our participants. For our first questions, we have here a question from Dean Elmer. The question goes, what are your recommendations to nursing students who still have hesitations in caring for older adults? This question is addressed to either Doc Garcia or Doc Mark.
Okay, can I give my answer first? Thank you so much once again to the 5th Mindanao International Nursing Seminar organizers for having me today. On the question of what advice we can give to young nurses who are afraid to care of the older person, it's actually about having self-awareness that in the end we will all grow old. So we have to understand that if we wanted to be taken care of when we grow old, we have to do it also to those who are already old. It's part of the nursing career and even in the choice of the profession that we have to care to patients in all ages. So we have to understand that we will not be only be caring for adults, children, but we have to go through the care of the older person. And we have to understand that caring does not only involve the care of the older person themselves, but we also have to care for the rest of the family and the community surrounding them. So it's about the acceptance that every single person will eventually grow old unless we die early, but and also the idea that every single person deserves to be cared for. Like what I said earlier, caring is loving. Therefore, we have to understand that when we chose to be part of nursing, we have to provide care and love to all of those patients. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah, good,
Doc
yeah, good
Contaoi,
morning
would you
as
like
well.
to answer as well?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah, I just would like also to, share something about older adults, especially for our students. Well, you have to take on the challenge really, and I think this is inevitable that we all come to a point where we get, old, and well, we need to understand ourselves also, just like what Dr. Laurence now mentioned about self-awareness. And I think it's important for us really to extend our care, not just within the boundaries, especially in our families, but also to extend especially to to the greater population where the older adults are. And well, our students, in some nursing schools, they go to, home for the aged, right? And I think if you have fear for that, caring for this elderly, it's about time to really discover yourselves, to discover what talents you have, especially your skills are really needed to take care of our elderly. So just like also what I have mentioned in my talk, that the graying population is really, it's like a tsunami. There is a growing population of older adults, and there is really this gray tsunami that we call. So we really need to prepare ourselves now for the graying society. And I think that's just my advice to our students. So if you are in the caring profession, then let's unleash all our abilities to take care of these older adults. That would be it. Thank you.
Okay, there you have it. So thank you, Doc Laurence and Doc Mark, for the answers. Do we have any other queries from our participants? Any more questions? Okay, so I think that's all. So that's our cue to move on to the next part of our program, and that is the research presentation from students and professional category.
So to start with, the student category, let us all witness the presentation of Mohammed Raiza B. Datumolok and Kathleen Jones Oclarino with a study entitled Perinatal Experience of Mindanao Mothers During COVID-19 Pandemic in Sagunsongan, Marawi City. It is a descriptive phenomenological study.
Students coming from Mindanao State University College of Health Science, other nursing students coming from Mindanao State University College of Health Sciences, Marawi City. It is our honor and privilege to present to you our research study entitled Perinatal Experience of Mindanao Mothers During COVID-19 Pandemic in Sagunsungan, Marawi City, a descriptive phenomenological study. So I'm Muhammad Rizabalo Datomulok, one of the researchers. So, pregnancy and childbirth are one of the most enjoyable and most challenging times in most women's lives, and a big life transformation for women, making them more vulnerable to emotional suffering. Unfortunately, with the advent of COVID-19 epidemic, women are experiencing pregnancy and childbirth in completely new and unique ways. In addition to, the COVID-19 pandemic has had profound effects on healthcare systems, societal structures, and the world economy. The adverse effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on maternal and perinatal health are not limited to the morbidity and mortality caused directly by the disease itself nationwide. So, due to other extremely pathogenic coronavirus-related diseases and their impact on pregnancy women may be considered high-risk demographic for COVID-19 infection. Therefore, there is a need to explore the parental experience of pregnant mothers during COVID-19. The researchers aim to have a better understanding of the experiences of pregnant mothers before, during, and after delivery, which constitute the perinatal experience or period, as well as explore how COVID-19 affects their lives mentally and physically. So this study determined factors affecting parental experience of pregnant mothers during COVID-19 in Sagunsungan, Marawi. So we use phenomenological qualitative research design throughout our study, and also use semi-structured interview guide and a structured debriefing methodology approach. This research was conducted at Sagunsungan, Marawi City. So in our research, our participants were limited to pregnant mothers only. These 12 randomly selected pregnant mothers, aged from 20 to 40 years, delivered live neonate with or without complications, conceived and delivered within December 2019 to 2022. And we use also individual in-depth interviews using audio recording. So our data collection, what we use is that before we interviewed the participants, we actually use consent. So we give consent to the participants. And also audio recorder was also presented with their consent to save data. And also we also interviewed them individually for privacy and ensure credibility, confirmability, transferability, and flexibility. Also, ethical consideration were also used or observed, and we also use Goliath's descriptive phenomenological techniques throughout the study. And now we'll be moving on to the results of the study to be discussed with my partner. Thank you.
Good day, I'm Kathleen Jules Octarino. And for the result of the study, we have here 6 themes, which are physical effect of the pandemic, physiological impact, challenges caused by the pandemic, health consciousness, availability of support and assistance, resilience, and coping. For the theme 1, which is the physical effects, this theme describes the respondents' normal daily functioning throughout the pandemic. Under this is a sub-theme, which is excessive body weight and health disturbance. This sub-theme reported weight gain, exhaustion, nausea and vomiting, edema, and a bad pregnancy experience as a result of staying at home during the COVID-19 pandemic. It shows here that how the pandemic really affects the respondents to their normal daily routines, such as walking and jogging outside, for the preparation of birthing, and also for them to stay healthy. as a result of the health assessment. Next, we have the second theme, which is the physiological impact. This theme consists of external factors happening that cause stress and fear for the Marina mothers due to situations that they have experienced maybe in the past or in the present. Under this, we have two subtopics. First is the intense stress. This theme relates to the study of Kotler et al., entitled The Impact of the COVID-19 Pandemic on Maternal and Perinatal Health, explaining that pregnant women and moms are more likely than non-pregnant people to suffer from mental illness. Next is the fear of infection. This sub-theme consists of terrified pregnant women of crowded settings like hospital, miscarriage due to the coronavirus, and their children or companion become ill while in the hospital, which relates to the studies as to the study of Dioise. For the third theme, which is the challenges caused by the pandemic, this consists of global health crisis. Under this has three sub-themes, which are restriction of movement, public activities. The highlight here is the lockdown limitation. For the concern on the family's health and safety, it emphasized that family's health has a significant impact and concern on the challenges of each Marina mother faced during the pandemic, as well as the stringent health protocols, which assess physiological effects. For the fourth theme, which is the health consciousness, this theme discusses the concern and behavior of the participants with regard to health risk and preventions. Under this has three sub-themes, which is the concern on health precautions. It emphasized the sudden change of health protocols, which concerned by the Marina mothers, and its possible negative effects on their own health during health assessment. Second is adhering on health protocols. This sub-theme is also about how Marina mothers follow such health protocols and prevent themselves from infection. Lastly, concerns on child health. The experiences of the Marina mothers reveal that they were devoted to the safety of their children in times of the pandemic and focused on health promotion for their children. For the 15th, which is the availability of support and assistance, this theme reveals that during the pandemic, availability of external and internal support were strengthened. Under this, we have three sub-themes, which are access to healthcare, financial assistance, and spousal support. Under access to healthcare, this particular theme refers to the support given by the healthcare to help pregnant mothers become physically healthy during the parental days. Second is the financial assistance. This refers to the financial aid that pregnant mothers and their family receive to help them survive. Lastly, the spousal support, which is this stress caused by the pandemic, internal support becoming the family particularly the partner in life of the participants were strengthened and able to help them cope up. For the last theme, which is the resilience and coping facing the pandemic, this theme refers to how Marina mothers responded on the internal and external problems that affect their general senses. We have more sub-themes, which are self-adaptation, acceptance and understanding of the situation, use of indoor activities, and socialize with the family members. So these sub-themes explains how mothers slowly adapt to the new normal, as well as endure such difficult times that made them become optimistic. And their coping mechanism through playing games and making fun, and socialization help them to reduce their stress, boost their self-esteem, and cope with stressful events. For the conclusion, we concluded that pandemic really affected perinatal experience of Marina mothers, especially physically, psychologically, but it taught them to be resilient and strong in times of crisis to the health of family and friends. We also concluded how Marmara mothers know how to cope up in any situations and emphasize family support and self-awareness. And due to limited studies on this phenomenon, the researchers concluded that the findings of this study will serve as a foundation and line up for the future.
Okay, there you go. Can we get a heart reaction from our audience for that presentation? Thank you very much, Mr. Datumolok and Ms. Oclarino.
Okay, before we move on to the second presenter, I think one of our participants just key in her question. So let us ask the question first. The question goes, how to address the dilemma of nurses between choosing nursing career and taking care of family members? I think any one of our speakers can answer this question. Okay, so I think the question will be answered through email na lang. So let's proceed to our second presenter. Moving on, let us watch another presentation, and this time from Mr. Nur Hassan P. Abubakar and Mr. Wafa L. Abdul Rahman, entitled Solid Waste Management Practices of Selected MSU Marawi Barangay Local Government Units as perceived by the community residents, a basis for proposed intervention.
A young boy once asked me during our community exposure at one of the downside area of Marawi City. He asked, why are we always getting this illness? It leads me to the questions, how environment is really affecting the human health, how the community leaders contribute to the community health development. Ladies and gentlemen, let me walk you through our study. To our guests, fellow presenters, and of course, our esteemed panel of judges. Assalamu alaikum, good day, maayong buntag, mapiya kapipitan katanunlangon. Solid waste management practices selected MSU Marawi Barangay local government units as perceived by the community residents, a basis for proposed intervention. My name is Nur Hassan Abubakar, and together with me is Wafa Abdul Rahman, my partner, and we are fourth-year nursing students coming from the Mindanao State University main campus. Disclosure, there is no conflict of interest. The problem of solid waste and its management is one of the most important environmental challenges that the local government is concerned about. Well, in fact, according to the study of the United Nations, wherein their youth respondents around the world answered that environmental issues is one of the leading concerns that the world is facing right now. According to a report published by UN Conference on Human Settlements, 1/3 to half of the solid trash created in most cities in low and middle income nations is not collected. The issue of solid waste is mostly related to climate change or crisis, which frequently results in disaster, death, and property damage, which can really affect the health of the community.
Moving on to the significance of the study, the primary goal of this study was to determine the practices of the residents and the perception and the practices of LGUs toward solid waste management in selected barangays of MSU Marawi City. According to statistics from the National Economic and Development Authority, only 9 out of 17 LGUs in Metro Manila have filed a solid waste management plan, and only 414 out of 1,610 LGUs nationwide have complied with the national plan as of 2017. But Marawi City is not an exception as to the problem of solid waste management is concerned, as improperly disposed of waste are trapped in the drainage system, resulting to overflowing of water and blockage of canals, which affects the lifestyle of the community constituents. With that, This study aimed to determine the public's level of knowledge about solid waste management and to address problems in the public's level of awareness about how local government units implement waste management. The result of the study became the basis of recommendations and interventions that was beneficial to the constituents and policymakers.
This will be the research objectives or variables. First, after identifying these variables, we're going to identify their significant influence. Firstly, we're going to identify the respondents' practices of solid waste management. Then, we're going to move on the demographic profiles. These are the age, the type of housing, or the number of family members occupying the house. Then, the respondents' perception on the SWM practices and respondents' awareness on the LGU's SWM policies. Then, after we identify the variables and the relationships, we're going to come up with the possible recommendations or interventions.
This study primarily covered issues related to the solid waste management system in selected barangays of Marawi City. And out of a total number of 15,937 residents, 376 were the respondents, which was derived from Sloven sample size formula. And the researchers selected only the primary and most beneficial to the study, which are the waste segregation, waste disposal, and hygienic measures in handling waste. For the methods of data gathering, these studies quantitative extractive correlational methodology in determining the level of awareness and practices towards solid waste management among the selected barangays of Amidst Marawi City. Correlation technique had been utilized in this study to determine if significant relationships existed between the independent variables and dependent variables. The population of this study within the research is made up a total of 15,937 residents. A sample of 376 households is an adequate number to accurately represent the population. Also, simple random sampling was adopted because the researchers were seeking knowledge regarding the practices of every household who served as respondents or representative to the study to know their level of awareness and practices regarding waste segregation, waste disposal, and hygienic measures. And to gather the necessary data for this study, a modified questionnaire was utilized by the researchers. The survey questionnaire contained 4 parts. The first one included the socio-demographic profile of the respondents. The second part includes the perception of the respondents on the implementation of the LGU's solid waste management practices. The third part addressed the community residents' awareness of the LGU's solid waste management. Lastly, the fourth part was about the practices of the respondents on solid waste management. And to assess the research reliability and trace validity, a two-step instrument validation procedure was utilized. And for statistical methods, Spearman-Rank correlation coefficient and chi-square statistic was also used to examine the differences between categorical variables in the same population.
The study findings, analysis, and discussion. The study revealed that majority of the respondents were female, 268, and male for only 108. It states that according to Curtin, women respond greater proportions than men. And of course, majority of the respondents are 41 to 50 years old and are parents or have more responsibilities in the household. And majority of the respondents are self-employed with an income of 5,000 to 10,000 pesos. The type of household were residential. In terms of respondents' perception on the LGU's SWM practices, waste segregation, if they actually segregate the biodegradable into non-biodegradable, it was not properly implemented. Then in terms of waste disposal, if they actually reuses or recycle, the practices of the LGU were not sufficient for the management of solid waste according to the community residents. And in terms of hygienic measures, it was not enough for the solid waste and not always practiced if they're actually wearing gloves and masks for the garbage collectors. On the level of respondents' awareness on the LGU's SWM policies, revealed that the residents have limited awareness on the strict penalties or laws imposed by the barangays, or the regular time for disposing garbage or scheduled days, and of course, how the LGU plays vital role in the awareness program of solid waste management. In terms of their own respondents' practices towards SWM, it revealed that waste segregation was not properly sufficient for management of solid waste. And in waste disposal, it was not always practiced. And for the hygienic measures, it was not frequently practiced by the community residents. Then we've studied actually the strength of influence among the variables and only the waste disposal, particularly the number of the family members presently occupying the house on the respondents' practices of SWM have influence towards demographic profile. Then we also have the waste disposal. It has significant influence on the respondents' perception on the LGU's solid waste management practices. And finally, we have no significant influence between the respondents' awareness on the LGU's SWM policies and respondents' practices on solid waste management. Based on the findings, we have these proposed interventions. Firstly, to have a study with other barangays from the MSU main campus, then to determine the relationship of the SWM together with the flood during rainy days, and to conduct seminars on the activities, particularly on the inclusion of the male residents in the community, to suggest disposal areas in barangays, to conduct activities or seminars, emphasizing on the 5 R's, and of course, to have a monitoring team to monitor the improvement of the solid waste management. We therefore conclude that the study proves the residents coming from the selected barangays in Mindanao State University were not aware about the local government unit policies, practices, and programs towards solid waste management, which gives an implication of poor practices. The study also found out that waste management is an important issue that needs government action quickly because untreated garbages could lead to affecting the gastrointestinal, dermatological, respiratory, genetic, and other health disorders. So what is really the main contribution of this study to the community? Basically, we have the research utilization wherein we inform the community leaders about the result of the study for amendments for their policies and programs. For the recommendations for future researchers, we need to learn more about the waste management practices, and LGU should give an attention in implementation of these programs. Then waste receptacles that needs to be studied based on their labeled and color coding, and of course, how the monitoring strict compliance is ongoing with the national local policies of SWM. I would like to end this with a saying from the former executive director of the World Health Organization, Dr. Margaret Chan, that a ruined planet cannot sustain human lives in good health. A healthy environment and healthy people are two sides of the same coin. Once again, I am Nur Hassan Abubakar, and together with me is Wafa Abdul Rahman. Thank you so much and have a good day.
Can we get a heart reaction from the wonderful presentation? Thank you so much, Mr. Abubakar and Ms. Abdul Rahman.
Okay, moving on to our third presenter, let us witness the research presentation of Mr. Salahuddin C. Badron entitled Inside a Four-Cornered Room, a phenomenological study of internally displaced COVID-19 survivors, challenges inside a municipal quarantine facility.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh, and a pleasant day to each and every one of us. COVID-19 affected the lives of millions of people around the globe, but none were more affected than COVID-19 survivors themselves. Because aside from exhausting physical and mental health stresses, they even faced discrimination and financial crisis due to the cost of treatment. Also, survivors were discharged without cost process of follow-up, especially on the internally displaced Mindanao people or IDPs who were economically depressed due to the recent Marawi siege in 2017. This makes it even harder for us healthcare professionals to see the whole problem, leaving their needs untreated and discharged. This motivated the researcher to have a scientific qualitative inquiry about this. Dear panels, Ma'am Sir, I am Salahuddin Badran presenting to you the study entitled Inside a Four-Cornered Room, a phenomenological study of internally displaced COVID-19 survivors' challenges inside a municipal quarantine facility. Now, the objectives of the study is that it is aimed on exploring the challenges faced by IDP COVID-19 survivors. And the study employs a qualitative, descriptive phenomenological approach for us to have a rich and contextual understanding. This study uses propulsive and snowball sampling, leading for us to have 3 IDP COVID-19 survivors. And these were interviewed face-to-face following minimum health standard protocols. All of them recovered from mild COVID-19 and 3 visits were employed. The study analyzed the respondents' inputs by the use of Colaise's 7-step approach, resulting into 4 main themes. And these are physical challenges, emotional challenges, socioeconomic challenges, and coping mechanism. Now let's get down to the findings. So the first main theme is the physical challenges. Now, when the respondents were asked about their discomfort inside the quarantine facility, they tend to notice the barriers imposed on them, such as going outside and the limited resources they had, than physical symptoms that they had experienced. Here is a subtheme created, limited space and facilities or resources. Now, here's a highlighted response from a respondent stating that the only thing that I felt that time was a runny nose. Of course, due to my isolation in the facility, my movements were limited and the supply of water so limited that we were waiting for midnight to increase electric supply that could turn on a water pump. Now, here we could see that the respondents weren't much into body-related physical challenges, only on physical or facility-related discomforts. Now, in support of the concerns regarding the physical challenges related to the facilities, this occurrence is actually happening on this locality only, but also present on the 72 quarantine facilities in the Philippines as of October 2020, because they were all overcrowded or performing badly according to Severely UK 2020. Now, for the next theme, we have the emotional challenges. Now, on this interview, the respondents were asked questions that has weight on their emotional aspect, like what do they felt when they were being put in an isolated area in expense for the safety of both the public and his family, and how they would react upon knowing their RT-PCR test results. Now, here are the 3 sub-themes were created, and the first one would be denial. One of the highlighted response from the respondents stating that when they gave me my positive RT-PCR swab test result in Cebu municipal/community quarantine facility, the only thing I felt that time was a runny nose and some cough. Those symptoms came out because I have rashes, not because of COVID-19. And I'm also a smoker, that is why I do have some. Now, as soon as the question about RT-PCR test is being asked to the respondents, they were quick to reduce their answers and deny the fact that they did have COVID-19, or their symptoms might be related to COVID-19, but not actually the origin of it. That is why they became positive to the RT-PCR test. Now, for the next sub-theme, we have the fear of the unknown. Now, when asked about their reaction to the RT-PCR swab test, they uniformly answered that they were afraid, they had worries, and some of them still denies it, but accept the fact that they were scared about it. Now, for the third sub-theme, we have the dilemma of being a carrier, self-guilt, consequences, and responsibilities. This is the section where the discourse is being concentrated on the current situations they have now, that they are being isolated and their feelings towards it. Now, there's a highlighted response stating that I'm like blaming myself due to my isolation, that I couldn't help my siblings on my father's funeral. And one time, I was asked by our RHU that if I am not going to the quarantine facility, my whole barangay will be put under quarantine. It is like the blame is coming down straight right onto myself. Now, the highlighted response manifests self-guilt due to the consequences of him or her being a positive to COVID-19. Now, moving on to the third main theme, we have the socio-economic challenges. Now, in this part of the interview, the researcher asked about the status of their income and their financial capability while they were being isolated, if they could sustain their needs along with the cost of COVID-19. Here, 3 sub-themes were developed. First, talent income, second, treatment and third would be the stigma and discrimination. Now, in summary, all of them are affected financially by the isolation, but not because of the cost of treatment, since all of them were mild cases only, but because of cessation of the respective businesses, leading for them to have stagnation of their income. But if this isolation continues to weeks and months, Probably, the expense on treatment could become a burden as reported by the respondents. Furthermore, the respondents reports that they have experiences being stigmatized and discriminated, hindering them to get jobs. Now, for the next main theme, we have the coping mechanism. Now, under the physical and emotional aspects, respondents used technology that were available to them, such as a mobile phone, to cope for pastime, entertainment, and staying connected with its support system. Now, for both emotional and socioeconomic challenges, they used faith and religion, like reciting the Holy Quran. This time, respondents put locus of control on law. Now, for the stigma and discrimination under socioeconomic aspect, our respondent narrated of using suppression consciously, letting the negative movement surrounding it. In addition to the said aspect, respondents relied on rare version of the hand, called pamagawida, where every relative, distant or not, contribute and help with their relatives back on their feet. Now, with these findings, the study could now conclude. At first, they were all in denial of their RT-PCR test results and not all to talk about their related physical challenges. Instead, they were more inclined to facility-related physical challenges such as limited space and water supply. In regards to emotional challenges, isolation had a direct effect on their emotional status, resulting in from the unknown, internalized shame, hopelessness, and self-love. Now, due also to isolation, their businesses were closed, resulting in stagnation of their income. And they were also stigmatized, discriminated, and avoided by the community, making it hard for them to find a job and rebooting their business conclusion. Now, maybe the COVID-19 survivors, they using technology, faith, revision-aided remedies, and the essence of makamagawian. Now, there is a lack of understanding about COVID-19 in rural areas that have driving stigma about COVID-19 survivors. And of course, there is a lack of facilities and services that require, especially food services, water, village, lecture. Now, with these conclusions, we could now recommend first to the COVID-19 survivors that they would only accept fact-checked information with regards to COVID-19, comprehension of critics and information inquiries. Now, for the local health providers, we need to strengthen health to increase awareness and decrease stigma and discrimination among the locals by integrating its methods and materials to what is culturally accepted by the locals. Now, for the Ministry of the Interior and Local Governance in Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Mindanao, it is recommended for them to improve municipal quarantine facilities in order to eliminate facility-related physical challenges and offer food services, proper water supply, and reasonable amount of entertainment within the municipal quarantine facilities, such that it could mitigate both physical and emotional challenges. It is also recommended to create programs to give job opportunities such as for work, as they were already at risk of being discriminated and stigmatized. Therefore, they have less chance of being accepted on jobs. Now, the Department of Health, it is recommended to extend their standards and protocols on post-COVID-19 positive person by providing follow-up, health checkup, and communal mental health aid services, and supporting for their rehabilitation and reinstatement to society as fully functional member of it. Now, lastly, the students and future researchers. Now, it is suggested future researchers focus the biological link of COVID-19 survivors' mental health or suggested remedies inside the treatment period in the hospital that decreases the appearance of physical, emotional, and socio-economic challenges on COVID-19 survivors. And yan, lang sa Lahudan background, hoping that it help keep COVID-19 survivors theirs. That will be all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Salahoden, for that informative and heartwarming presentation. Can we get a heart reaction? Ma'am Andrea?
At this moment, let us witness the research presentation from the professional category, starting with the presentation of Dr. Athena Halalia D. Lawi, entitled A Theory on Selflessness Among Older Adults in Times of Disaster.
But how can I see if I'm there?
Exciting mobile.
Okay, so good afternoon to each and every one of you. This is my presentation, a theory on selflessness among older adults in times of disaster. In times of disaster, people develop attributes that they are aware of, and one of them is selflessness. Selflessness is showing great concern for other people and little or no concern to self. In a society that deems selflessness as the ultimate form of kindness, we often allow our well-being to suffer to put others' needs before our own. Being kind, loving, and compassionate makes an individual who he or she is, and that without a doubt makes him or her an extraordinary, selfless individual. Okay, so may we refuse to overlook the importance of selflessness, and instead may we choose to pursue selflessness as the very means to achieve happiness, and not just for our own sake, but for the sake of those we choose to love, according to Beda of 2014. Okay, so the selflessness of a person often manifests in situations where they are needed the most, and this occurs during disasters that can either be man-made or natural disasters. It is different among older adults because they value other people, especially young lives, than themselves. Okay, so we have here the two classified types of disasters. We have natural and man-made disaster. For the natural disasters, these are generally caused by events of nature, even though the impact of man on some of these disasters cannot be denied and include, for example, tropical storms, earthquakes, mudslides, floods, land droughts, and forest fires. So the man-made disasters are deliberately or accidentally caused by humans, such, for example, chemicals or nuclear leaks, terrorist attacks, structural collapses, and as well as armed conflicts. So the testimonies from disaster survivors include a glaring experience that focus on the older persons in the family who often sacrificed for the survival of the young members of the family. And older adults are often neglected as they are considered a burden in the family, but it is not, and they are the ones who always think for the welfare of everyone. So in many cases, older adults have the life experience, the wisdom, and mental resilience to survive, helping others and reassure people who are frightened or depressed by the events. There were works of literature about selflessness among young generations, while the selflessness among older adults in times of disasters was not discussed and or unexplored in the literature. Okay, so no study has been explored or conducted to understand the selflessness from the perspective of older adults, especially during the times of the Marawi siege, okay, which is the man-made disaster. More specifically, not much is known about how concepts of this experience in the lives of the elderly who survived the said human disaster. And it was then started during the Marawi siege in May 2017. The purpose of the study is to explore the concept of selflessness from the experiences of the elderly in the times of disaster. And this study is important because education plays an eminent role in any social recovery process. So this could also prepare the community to conduct programs and trainings to help the elderly become ready with the said phenomenon. Okay, so this theory is planned to be developed utilizing the inductive approach. And this is going to utilize the grounded theory approach to explain how selflessness developed among older adults during the disaster. And this is also in exploring the experience of the elderly during the man-made disaster to answer these questions, such as what are the experiences of the elderly during the man-made disaster? What happened during the times of this difficulty? What are the major reactions to the difficulty? And what are the reasons for the reaction? So the study made use of inductive approach and of course utilizing the grounded theory, which is a research method used to discover new dimensions of the social processes at play in people's lives. Selective coding was utilized, compare and contrast the theoretical sampling, substantive, open, and selective coding, note-taking, and of course, coding and memos. So the primary purpose of the grounded theory research is to develop a theory. The focus of the theory is to explore the experiences of elderly, the selflessness among elderly, environmental challenges, and their ability to cope in times of disaster, and their quality of life. So, symbolic interactionism is concerned with the meanings of the events, the people, and the symbols they use to convey those meanings. This is also to obtain the emerging themes and saturate the data gathered. The researcher had utilized an open-ended questions, okay, during the series of the interview. So this study was conducted in the evacuation center located in the municipality of Sagaran, Lanao del Sur, and the participants were the 6 elderly informants who have stayed there after the Marawi City evacuation center from Marawi City during the siege. Okay, so the researcher also have utilized the theoretical sampling wherein the informants were selected based on the eligibility criteria that they are willing to express, share, contribute, and describe their experiences, and they have left the Marawi City a day or 3 days during the start of the siege. Okay, so the researcher also have utilized the computer program in Vivo 11, a demo version only, and specifically utilizing the word cloud to guide the analysis of the data. Okay, so I have also obtained ethics clearance from the Office of the Senior Citizens Affairs from the municipality of Sagaran, Lanao del Sur, and informed consent was strictly obtained before the data gathering starts. So these are the interview or the data obtained during the first, the second, and the third interviews. Okay, during the coding and categorizing of the data, all the translated interviews were repeatedly read line by line, and coding was done. So the theoretical categories are formulated by the progress of the line-by-line coding and integration of the subcategories through constant comparison, modification, and analysis of concepts. So the theoretical sample, this is the actual samples, ages, the participant ages ranging from 60 to 85 years old, 5 of which are widowed, and 1 is married with 3 to 16 children, 6 to 19 grandchildren, and residents of Marawi City from 2 to 85 years. So these are the tabulation of the participants of the study with the code numbers and code names. Okay, so the results of the study, we have here the theoretical category 1, selflessness as a form of channeled frustrations. Okay, so we have here the themes, redirecting frustrations toward positive opportunities and avoidance of becoming a burden to the family. They felt the need to overcome and fulfill the vacuum or the gap that the social agencies should have filled if only for the betterment of their families. Okay, so according to the study of Benjamin Converse and colleagues at the University of Virginia found that feeling out of control leads to greatly having generosity and helpfulness. Okay, so the older persons feel that they are added burden to the family, hence they would rather sacrifice their personal needs to provide better for the other members of the family. And this is a manifestation that instead of wallowing in self-pity, older persons tend to develop better outcomes from the negative experiences they went through to provide for the needs of others. So we have here the theme, redirecting frustrations toward the opportunity to help others despite dismay in the social system. With the problems occurring in the chain of the distribution of the relief goods, there is a delay of allocation of supplies. So instead of placing themselves in disappointment of the social system, they tend to divert it to the opportunity to assist and provide a helping hand for the welfare of others in the evacuation center. Okay, so these are excerpts. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. So we have here also great worry. Okay, so those are the excerpts that I want you to view. Next slide. Selflessness among elderly occurs despite the false hope in the government, since the elderly value the value of others. The special interests and non-governmental organizations have produced a detailed checklist to take account of the particular needs and vulnerabilities of such group as elder people or accompanied children, both in vulnerability capacity assessment as well as post-disaster needs assessment. Okay, so another theme, avoidance of becoming a burden to the family. The elderly people or older do not rely on their children and grandchildren, especially in finances, because among Maranos they have a so-called maratabat or self-pride. That is why, as much as possible, they do not want to be a burden to their family. Old age individuals are usually striving to earn money for a living to sustain the basic needs of their families, even if they are in the evacuation center. Okay, so these are actually the excerpts that would support the formulation of the theme. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so the maratabat is an ancient Marano adage, a mental construct or a concept, or the key word in understanding a complex Maranao culture. And this is roughly translated as the self-pride. Next slide, please. Okay, so maratabat can be your refuge and protection too. In keeping faith with it and devout Islam, can seek shelter and refuge with his family as well as relatives. Okay, so these are actually excerpts that supported the formation of the theme. Okay, so selflessness helps us act from our heart and soul instead of our ego, tapping into our true desired feelings. We want to be around generous, loving, giving people. These are the people that ultimately make the world a better place. So another theoretical category is selflessness as an offspring of one's culture and faith, that older people's concern for others emanates from their spiritual and cultural influence. Common reaction among older adults in times of disaster is selflessness, based on their culture of helping those who are in need and have inherited from their ancestors the selflessness attribute. So during the time of the devastation, older adults' concern for other people emanates from their belief in the rewards to be given to them by God in this world and in the hereafter, with cultural influences from their mighty ancestors. Like during the Marawi siege, that as the mother and father choose to say everybody will stay, but if children will be instructed by the mother and the father that they will go together, then everybody will leave or evacuate. For the theme 3, strength in faith, that there are times that we cannot control what will happen because it was already destined to occur, since we know that God has the preordainment over everything. Next. Okay. So these are actually the supporting excerpts. Okay. So we can proceed with the next theme. Okay. Self-concept is one of the adaptive models of an individual discussed in the adaptation model of Sister Carolus Roy, which pertains to the need is psychic and spiritual integrity so that one can be or can exist with a sense of unity, meaning, and purposefulness in the universe. Next slide, please. Okay, so spirituality seems to be particularly important for people, apparent through the increase in religious beliefs in people affected by the disaster. Okay, so the religion generally encourages helping others, which distracts the survivor from focusing on their problems, and religious community can be social support. So older adults' wisdom saved numerous lives, and lessons from previous disasters have remained effective in Tokohoko, where teachings from the old days are still being valued. This is according to the authors, Muramatsu and Akiyama of 2011. Okay, so rebuilding broken relationships, reintegrating isolated older adults, and encouraging older adults' labor participation are major changes in a rapidly aging urban communities. Because of the strength in faith and the belief in the Almighty God, the elderly or older adults are selfless and have great concern for others, since it is within the religion Islam. The selflessly helping others who are in need will increase the good deeds, and reward will be given to them by the Creator at the right time, in earth or in the hereafter. So these are the what you call this excerpts. Okay, next slide, please. Everyone has the opportunity to review their own life character in the years before physical death. The sooner the better, and all necessary. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, so according, no time should be lost in fully embracing living life in full knowledge of the true meaning of life and being able to serve for others. Next slide, please. So remodeling. Mranaos are selfless in their behavior because having visitors at home means God loved them, and that it is part of their culture that when a visitor comes into their house or relative visits you and want to sleep overnight, it is expected for a Mranao family or the values of the Mranao family treats the visitors well. Next. Okay, with the family values, they have developed to become selfless older adults and have been duplicated during the devastation. Okay, so these are excerpts, and we have the last theoretical category, which is happiness. Satisfaction emanate from selflessness through valuing the lives of the younger generation. Next. The older adults verbalize happiness and satisfaction of being selfless among the young generation, since for them they are the hope of the nation and that they can still do numerous good things in this world that would benefit other people. Valuing the lives of young children is the theme number 5, that grandmothers and grandfathers have the instinct of thinking about their responsibility to take care of their grandchildren if their parents are not around or have early demise during the time of the devastation. Next, okay, these are actually the supporting excerpts, okay, so that we can proceed to the next theme. Okay, so we have here the great worry. With their concern that the young generation can still have a better future, they worry a lot and find ways that those young lives will be saved from harm. Next. Okay. So these are excerpts. They pity them because they are still small, young, fragile, and need care and guidance from the elder. Okay, so the final psychological stage of the psychosocial stage in the Erik Erikson's theories that occurs during old age and is focused on reflecting on life at this point in development. People would reminisce on the events of their lives and determine if they are happy with the life that they have or if they repent of the things they did or did not. Okay, so completing this phase means looking back with few regrets and will have a general feeling of satisfaction, and these individuals will attain wisdom even when confronting death. For the theme 6, valuing the property for future inheritance. The selflessness among older adults was developed by valuing the young generation through treasuring properties to be inherited by young generations so that the young children have a better living and will cherish the property coming from their ancestors. Okay, so a person who has spent years in Marawi longs for his or her property. How much more for those who have stayed there from birth until the occurrence of the siege. Okay, next. So these are excerpts also that supports the theme. And the theme 7, longing for the lost property. So the lost things or properties to be inherited by their children and grandchildren could give them better living in the future. But older adults let go of their properties to save the lives of the young generation. Okay. So letting go means older adults let go of their properties they want to save for their family. Instead, they choose to evacuate with their children and grandchildren because they think that their children and grandchildren would still have a better future. Next. Okay. So next slide, please. In the wake of the disaster, we grieve for the death of loved ones and we marvel at our survival, and we may feel unworthy or guilty for having survived. We also grieve for our home, the treasured personal memorabilia, lost documents, and the loss of familiar neighborhoods. Okay. So the lost ancestral properties inherited from their ancestor give luck to them and to their family. So the elderly even hire to search for to the robbed ancestral properties like gold and etc. because of sentimental value of remembering their ancestors. Okay, so next slide, please. We have here, when the people of Marawi City left their houses, definitely looters took the opportunity to steal things, especially expensive things they can see inside the houses left by its residents. Okay. So the preservation of properties have been valued by older adults since some of their properties were inherited from their ancestors, and they preserve also the properties for their children's future. The degree to which someone's life and livelihood, property, and other assets are put at risk by a discrete and inevitable event in nature and in society. Okay, so we have here the theme 8, protection and strong family kinship. As long as his or her children and grandchildren are intact, the elderly is in peace. Okay, so these are supported by excerpts, okay, on the slides, and then we proceed to the next theme. Okay, so Maratabat drives every Maranaw to protect every member of his or her clan and preserve the family's honor, or from physical or mental harm. Extended family system and kinship ties provide a critical support structure in coping in times of disaster. For the care for cultural preservation, which is the theme 9, the common reaction of elderly are uncomfortable with the mixing of different family members inside the evacuation center that may allow females and males of different families to be mixed up, and their concern is the exposure of females to males. The elderly are very reserved, that they do not want ladies and gentlemen to sleep together in one evacuation center. But for them, what happened during their placement in the evacuation center, they were mixed, and sometimes only curtains were made walls just to promote privacy between families. Okay. So the care for cultural preservation emerged because even if everybody is evacuating, the older adults also find ways that their grandchildren could feed the people who are evacuating. For the evacuation, at least have some energy before they continue their evacuation. Okay, so supported by these excerpts. And then we have here holding on, that the older people care for cultural preservation, which is distinctive of them as Maranaos, who have strong personalities to fight for their rights apropos their culture. Older adults strive to preserve the Maranao culture. There is a threat to cultural preservation because of the situation inside the evacuation center. Experiences of family transition after the disaster revealed that losses influence social lives, daily routines, and the preservation of cultural values. So these are the hypotheses and propositions derived from the results of the study. The hypothesis 1 and proposition 1, rechanneling frustrations in the social system can develop selflessness. More frustrations result in more selflessness. Selflessness can be an outcome of frustration. Next slide. Hypothesis 2 and proposition 2. Selflessness among older adults is influenced by faith and culture. The well-cultured, if you're well-cultured with great faith, persons are more selfless. Culture and faith are the main factors for selflessness. And the third hypothesis and proposition, happiness and satisfaction are attained after selflessness. More value given to the young generation results in more happiness and satisfaction. And valuing the lives of the young generation give happiness and satisfaction to older adults. So this is the actual actual coding process, selflessness in times of disaster, with the theoretical categories and of course the themes. The theory of selflessness among older adults in times of disaster was acquired and developed throughout life. Because of the exposure, particularly to different challenges in life, the belief in the Almighty God, which serves as a strength in faith in developing the character. Selflessness was improved because of the values observed from the parents that serve as a model to older adults and the inner instinct of the elderly population to have the responsibility in taking good care, valuing young generations, and attachment or affinity to young children who still have a better future and the aspiration for the welfare of others. The valuing or preservation of their properties for future inheritance of the young generation. The frustrations in the social system brought about by the disaster are rechanneled into the opportunity to help others with their concern for others and aspirations for the welfare of the people. The feeling of happiness and satisfaction when older adults have helped those who are in need and of valuing the young generation, and the thinking that good deeds rendered to others will be replaced with good tidings from the Creator. A strong cultural influence of parents and ancestors and religion or faith would also help shape this attribute. Okay, so this is the paradigm of the theory of selflessness among older adults. So there is the development of selflessness in times of disaster. Okay, and it is colored purple because purple symbolizes unconditional love. There is the development of selflessness in disaster, in times of disaster, because of the valuing of the lives of the young generation. It is colored green because green represents young generation. And aside from that, we have the cultural and religious influences, okay, which is color red because it symbolizes blood and holiness. And for rechanneling frustrations into opportunity to assist others, okay, is pink in color because pink represents helpfulness and helping others. So they are the three that had helped develop selflessness in times of disaster among older adults. And of course, upon being selfless in times of disaster, there is satisfaction and happiness among the older adults or the elderly. So that is why it is colored yellow, because yellow represents laughter and happiness and sunshine. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay. Okay, so next slide, please. And this is the formulated assumptions. Selflessness is an outcome of frustrations. Culture and faith are the main factors for selflessness, and valuing the lives of the young generation through selflessness gives happiness and satisfaction among older adults. Thank you very much to everyone. And these are my references. Kindly click my references. Thank you very much. And I have the last slide there. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Okay. Thank you very much to everyone. Daghang salamat to everyone. And terima kasih, kobkon, and shukran kathir. Alhamdulillah. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that comprehensive presentation, Dr. Adina. Can we give a virtual round of applause for Dr. Lawi, please? Once again, thank you, Dr. Lawi.
Okay, and we are down to our last research presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, let us watch the last, but definitely not the least presenter in the person of Ms. Laurence A. Caurong with a research title of The Link Between Self-Control and Satisfaction in Life Among the Older Adults.
Self-control and satisfaction among older adults. The number of older adults is increasing globally according to the United Nations.
So let us just wait for a while as the technical team is trying to fix the technicality issues.
Number of older adults is increasing. There are estimated 727 billion persons aged 65 years or older worldwide. This demographic gives way to the realization of the importance of understanding the processes involved. In life, human beings struggle to make optimal decisions so often which require the exertion of self-control. The decisions may involve choices, which is about lifestyle preferences, moral choices, personal choices. Self-control is the capacity of a person to regulate his thoughts, actions, and emotions. Self-control is crucial before making any personal decisions or choice. The decisions to control, explain, express, act out are but consequential and will affect the older adult himself. Life satisfaction is the degree to which person positively evaluates the overall quality of his life because it is the most stable component of subjective well-being. Life satisfaction is often studied the best indicator of an individual's perceived life quality. Meanwhile, life satisfaction in old age can be used to evaluate whether one's life has been successful overall. It can also be an indicator of adaptation to various changes and the reality of aging. This study is very correlational in design, where 96 older adults were asked to participate. 2 standardized instruments were used, namely the brief self-control scale and the satisfaction with life scale. There are 2 main variables involved in the study, the self-control and the life satisfaction of the older adults. To determine the correlation between the 2 identified variables, Pearson's R was computed. Majority of the respondents who participated in the study are young older adults, while most are female Roman Catholics. Majority of them still remain married in faith life. Additionally, a great number of study participants did not reach college, and more than half of them were unemployed. It should also be noted that majority of the elderly respondents had a monthly income of less than 5,000 pesos. Result indicates that more than half of the older people involved in the study have moderate self-control, yet it cannot be discounted that there are fairly a number of study participants who have low level of self-control or participants with high self-control amounts to 15%. The study also revealed that most of the respondents are satisfied with life. The level of life satisfaction mean score is 6.2, with satisfied as a descriptive rating. The table on the screen displays the correlation between the 2 main variables of the study, which are self-control and life satisfaction. Using Pearson correlation statistics, it was found out that there is a significant positive relationship between self-control and life satisfaction. Linking self-control with life satisfaction provides a novel way for us to understand why some people may feel happier than others. The benefits of self-control have been consistently demonstrated across different life domains, such as in health. This is according to the reader. Individuals scoring higher self-control are less likely to achieve unhealthy behavior, delinquent behavior. But surprisingly, several recent studies demonstrate that high self-control to be positively associated with higher life satisfaction. Research has also shown that possessing self-control can be important for health and well-being because it is the most stable component of subjective well-being. Life satisfaction is often studied as the best indicator of individuals' perceived quality. Older adults having higher life satisfaction also appear to be at higher levels in promoting health behaviors. Higher level of life satisfaction of health and fewer long-term health. This is according to the food and company. Hence, having good self-control can mean a number of benefits, including better health and greater success in life. It is concluded that there is a link between self-control and life satisfaction, a significant positive relationship between the older adults' self-control exercise and their life satisfaction proven. This means that effective exercise of self-control positively leads to better life outcomes, such as life satisfaction. Linking self-control exercise with life satisfaction offers us an innovative way for us to know why some people may feel satisfied and contented than others. This ends my presentation. Thank you so much for playing.
Thank you so much, Ms. Caro, for that wonderful and informative presentation of your research study. As we are about to close the 5th Mindanao International Nursing Seminar, allow us to give recognition to our partner institutions and organizations, for without them, this international webinar would not have been possible.
To our participants, kindly please wait. I think you're having internet connection problem right now.
Certificate of Recognition is presented to Elmer G. Organia, PhD, RN, for actively organizing as convenor of the 5th Mindanao International Nursing Seminar, Thriving in Times of Change, given this 10th day of December 2022, signed Dennis Amando, MPH, MARN, convenor. The same certificate of recognition is presented to Dennis Amando, MPH, MARN, for actively organizing
The same
as
certificate is
convener
awarded
of the 5th Mindanao International Nursing Seminar, Thriving in Times of Change, given this 10th day of December 2022, signed Elmer G. Organia, PhD, MAN, RN, convenor.
Certificate of recognition is presented to Rick Ann Artemio S. Gadin, PhD, RN, for actively serving as project manager of the 5th Mindanao International Nursing Seminar, Thriving in Times of Change, 10th of December 2022, signed Elmer G. Organia, PhD, MAN, RN, convenor, Dean College of Nursing, Notre Dame of Tacurong College, and Dennis Amando, MPH, MARN, convenor, Beta Nu Delta Nursing Society.
Certificate of Recognition. Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Aznida A. Alauya Ika, MAN-RN, for the invaluable support as event partner of the 5th Mindanao International Nursing Seminar, Thriving in Times of Change, given this 10th day of December 2022, signed Elmer G. Organia, PhD, convenor, and Dennis Amando, PH, MARN, convenor.
The same certificate goes to Dr. Liza G. Floresca.
Jonna P. D. Montero, RN.
And Dr. Aris Baldonado.
Maria Irene A. Dayon, MERN.
Andrea Celeste. Dr. Grace Joy Herrada Nietes.
Carlo Jason S. De La Cruz, MAN-RN. Certificate of Recognition is presented to Arnie A. Kaurong for active participation in the research presentation during the 5th Mindanao International Nursing Seminar, Thriving in Times of Change, given this 10th day of December 2022. Signed, Elmer G. Organia, PhD, MAN-RN, convenor, and Dennis Amando, MPH, MARN, convenor. The same certificate is awarded to Mohamed Raiza Beda. Kathleen Jones Oclarin, Nur Hassan P. Abubakar, Wafa L. Abdul Rahman, Salahuddin C. Badron, Dr. Athena Halaliya Dilawi. Another certificate of appreciation is presented to Beta Nu Delta Nursing Society for active participation as partner organization during the 5th Mindanao International Nursing Seminar, Thriving in Times of Change, given this 10th day of December 2020. Signed, Elmer G. Organia, PhD, MANRN, Convener, and Dennis Amando, MPH, MARN, Convener. The same certificate is awarded to Ateneo de Davao University, University of Southern Mindanao,
University of Southern Mindanao,
Central Mindanao University, Sulu State College, Mindanao State University, Marawi, Notre Dame of Tacurong College, Philippine Nurses Association, Region 12, Philippine Nurses Association, Caraga, St. Alexius College, Journal of Health and Caring Sciences, General Santos Doctors Medical School Foundation, Incorporated. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The seminar brought together significant studies of professional nurses and nursing students as well.
A line in a song reads, "Goodbyes are not forever. Indeed, there are no goodbyes for us because we will see you around, colleagues and would-be colleagues, in our 6th Mindanao International Nursing Seminar next year."
For now, the 5th Mindanao International Nursing Seminar is signing off. Thank you for your participation. God bless and enjoy the rest of the day. May we request all the participants and the panelists to please stay for a photo op. Please turn on your cameras. Okay, let's get ready to take a picture. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, next page. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, last. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay. Okay, so dear participants, we have here the link for the evaluation. Please, you can go to this link and answer the evaluation for your certificates. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Andrea. Thank you, Dr. Organia, and to the rest of the speakers. Thank you.
Doc Mark, thank you. Doc Lisa, thanks for joining us.
Thank
Denny,
you. Bye. Congrats.
Salamat, Doc. Congratulations, everyone.
Congrats, everyone.
Salamat. Congrats sa lahat.
Congrats, Sir Des. Congrats, Doc Elmer. Congrats sa lahat po.
thank you, sir.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, Doc. Prof. Asnida, thank you for joining us. Dean Halilu, thanks for joining us. Dean Lawi, thank you so